and welcome to Fox.
But it's true.
It's honest. All right, we got to take a break. Arm, stick around, though. I want to get to you in a little bit, Arm, and Long Island, so we got to take another break.
I'm sorry.
We'll be right back with DL Hughley.
Hey, are you Jewish or not?
I don't believe in organized religion.
So you're Jewish. You see, the Michelle...
That makes me anything.
See, Sarah Gellar sounds like a Jewish name.
But right, it's really Galar, though.
Galar? Oh, get out of here. Every Jew does.
Too.
Here we go. So you're in a car with Gary, yeah.
Right, and so it was a hot night, and so one thing led to another, and I invited him to my parents' home who has a pool.
Do you remember the Howard Stern vehicle?
Yeah.
When he talked about, like, for a year how easy acting was, and then he stunk it up so bad.
Well, he jinxed himself. You can't talk about how awesome you're gonna be.
And then, like, before he gets divorced, he, like, the whole movie was designed to show what a great guy he was.
Oh, yeah. No, that was kind of sickening.
Ridiculous.
He got carried away.
He did you?
Well, I would call it date rape, but back then...
Let me in. Them, I'm just having conversation with them. And I'm sorry if I'm naturally funny that you think it's my act.
There you go. But you call yourself naturally funny. No one else is saying it.
Wow. Well...
Sit here and read live commercials and just make tons of money for the company. I could tell you the same thing over and over again.
I can't be tagged as the guy who's a dick.
They must be so jealous of me. I'm so successful, and they're just kind of not. You know what I mean? I feel the jealousy. That's why I don't leave my house. Don't you also sort of harbor some resentment, even though it's not logical, but you resent your baby for being in the way of your career?
Because we don't want the Japs anymore.
Because I want respect.
Some people say our show was the first reality show. I don't think there's one thing I've ever said on the radio that would have been found indecent or obscene. The secret to my show is honesty, reality. That I will say the truth.
I mean, to answer your question, I have been making dough in different ways. I started with I would just buy the dough from a pizza place, on Long Island. They're every 5 feet, and it's not Brooklyn, and it's not Manhattan, it's not the Bronx. Long Island is actually the pizza is really better for pizza now because all the great guineas have moved to Long Island and set up shop there, so they have better pizza there. And so I was buying the dough a lot from them, and that was nice and easy. Usually like $2, $2.50 a pop. I'd get two dough patties, and then I started to get, maybe I'll make my own, because sometimes you can't rely on the place being open. Right. And I would get it from Junta's Meat Market, and that was too small. And then I saw this weird recipe. This is what you're asking me about. Do you know that you can make pizza dough simply by taking? They say Greek yogurt. That's bullshit. You could just take regular plain yogurt and mix it with self-rising, not regular flour, self-rising flour. And mix it together, and it is instant pizza dough. That's all you got to do. There's you're letting the yeast rise. There's no waiting, the tedium of waiting for it to rise. After that whole 3.5 hour process, none of that. You could just immediately roll it out like that.
Well, thank you, because my relationship with dough has been very needy. Get it? Because you're needy.
Coming from you, that is holy shit, David.
I'm allowed to have one dad joke on the show per episode.
Look at Sarah goes, guinea arms, very average recipe. Oh, that's so, what a ball buster. What a sitcom wise ass. I was thinking about you two and the Golden Girls, and I have this thing for the next time you see your mom.
Yeah.
What would happen if...
Is that all you Italians know how to do, scream and hit?
Next time you see your mom, you show up with either Rue McClanahan or B. Arthur's hair. Don't say anything.
Right.
Just go about business as usual and see what she says. If she even goes crazy on the hair. If she even... like the feathered hair in the middle, from the late 80s.
Yeah, it like, it's going to be a day of her wrestling with her own thoughts about like, I thought I knew my son really well. Can I say something about this?
And your hair is so unbelievably tonsil perfect that you could pull off any of that.
I can do a test kitchen run with a different hairdo, and it'll just more will grow back and replace when it fails. Right.
Sarah should do that too. She's such a fan, right? Why don't you? If you love B. Arthur so much, why don't you take her hairdo on? Why don't you fucking take her hairdo on? That's so much to ask.
Another shot from behind that Bon Jovial and everyone else can salivate over.
Yeah, Bon Jovial. He's as far as I'm concerned, him and that. This is an appearance. That announcement of saying cleaning out the computer, that counts.
Yeah.
He's on the show. That counts. No matter what happens, no matter if he shows in that time zone, that counts.
Yeah. Bon and I were emailing a week ago or so about
what did you guys talk about?
Well, we were talking about he sent us all what are these podcast clips criticizing, like Howard messed up a bit, and so we were just kind of going back and forth on also the Howard's announcement that he was signing for another 3 years and the My Boyfriend's Back parody song and how horrible it was. So yeah, just talking about that.
What the hell was I going to say? So I was fooling around with chat. I know you asked me this too. Yes. I want to say hi to people in chat. Welcome. Thank you, Brendan. Thank you, Brendan, for your. I have this idea, and tell me if you think this is too much. The only thing I could think of that show that's done this, and I'm sure I'm forgetting one, the old Hanna Barbera World of Super Adventures was a cartoon that came out like in the late '60s, but I remember it syndicated. Apparently, it ran on Saturday morning when it originally came out, but I remember it as a Gen X kid. They would run it on WPIX in the afternoon. It would come and go. I loved it so much. I always hated when they pulled it. It was on a lot in the summer, and they had this rotating kind of, they had, 10 different cartoons, and they would share the half hour or share the hour. Right. It would go, Fantastic Four had a half hour, and then Birdman and Galaxy Trio would have a half hour, and it would be, and Space Ghost and Dino Boy and the Herculoids, that kind of thing. So they're all Hanna-Barbera cartoons, and like I said, sharing the half. I was thinking if our show, if we did like a 4.5 hour show like we do, but one half is Stern, and then we segue to Depp in the second half.
That's kind of a cute. I mean, first of all, like, I'm putting work on Bond that he probably doesn't
or vice versa, or
right. But making like a late '60s, early '70s Hanna-Barbera-esque opening for, like, I would do the music for that, for something like that.
You ever hear the music for that shit?
Oh, it's great. Yeah, no.
It's great. You love that shit. It's like old jazz. It's like that fast.
It's like that 60s orchestral lounge jazz that, like, somehow they thought lent itself to superhero properties for some reason.
So you studied that?
I study everything if I'm watching it. It's torture because I can't just enjoy something. I mean, that makes me sound very pretentious, but I'm constantly listening to the music of stuff. Like, what choices did they make?
The original name for it was Hanna-Barbera World of Super Adventure. I got it right here. This is how it sounded back then. And again, it used to fire me up when this was on. I was like, I don't know what got me more excited, that or the Super Friends theme, especially the Legion of Doom season. Right. It just was like the best. I just loved. I get in such a good mood, and that come on. Look at.
Are you Marsha?
I am. I mean,
liberty.
Thanks for meeting me here.
world of super adventure, featuring the most fantastic collection of spectacular.
Holy shit! That voiceover artist, the guy who plays Luthor, in the Super
Oh, okay.
Friends, and he narrates the Super Friends too.
First of all, I love the two things. This is how cheap Hanna Barbera was. Like the reused Jetsons opening animation of like the close up.
Oh,
of the
good catch! That's right.
And then just like here's some still images of each hero, but we're just going to whip the camera into them really fast. They're not actually moving, you know.
Superheroic stars ever assembled. They will take you on adventures in space, meeting strange creatures.
So what is that? Violins that starts off
the high violin melody.
Okay.
Yeah.
To exotic lands and fantastic flights of fancy. To jungle planets and mysterious invaders.
That's Galactus from Fantastic Four, who just appeared. Different colorization. It's funny because Marvel sub-licensed the Fantastic Four to this, so they couldn't use them, and it was weird because there was another Marvel show that had Captain America, Iron Man, Submariner, and Hulk and Thor.
Do we know exactly what year this is? This opening?
67.
Wow, the music is very like leaning on disco almost. Like it's kind of interesting how ahead of
Johnny Carson's name is listed in the credits at the end as a voice.
Oh, really?
I swear to God, I don't know what he does. I swear to God, it's in the credits at the end.
That's interesting.
To prehistoric times and super forces.
That's my tour.
To modern wing.
That's Birdman.
Yeah.
Avenger. To giant.
That's the Herculoids. That's Xandor.
Terrifying creatures against primitive power.
David, I want you. Your new thing in North Hollywood's going to be a slingshot. I want you to walk around North Hollywood with like a wrist rocket or a slingshot.
Walk around shirtless with no nipples, just slingshotting.
Just hitting people with slingshots.
In space, land, sea, and air. It's a variety of stuff.
Yeah, that big, it's called Frankenstein Jr., and they made a super giant Frankenstein, but he's a superhero, and he puts a mask on, and he hangs out in this huge cave with a kid named Buzz.
Okay.
God, there's not enough Buzzes anymore, and it's really fun. I love that show.
Mighty, musical, athletic, extraordinary, from fantastic.
Those are the Impossibles. They're also a music group.
Okay.
To the fantastic.
That animation's great for 67.
Totally, yeah. The like cross dissolve into.
We're amazing.
The Human Torch has never looked as good as that.
Weapons, men and robots meet in combat in the far out reaches of the universe. Dedicated to protecting the peace, these fantastic heroes defend the weak, right the wrong.
So what instruments are you hearing so far?
So there's a violin melody.
Trombone?
Yeah, there's a French horn, like what we call a thumb line, which is if you were playing it on piano, your left hand thumb would play this kind of middle tenor alto part. Kind of the rhythm section, drum set, guitar. So I mean, it sounds like a Charlie's Angels episode. Like it's really again for 67, it sounds very ahead of its time in some ways, just with the disco rhythms and stuff. But yeah, it's cool.
Oh, Barbara DeRush said she was born when this came out. Barbara, do you remember that being on Saturday morning? Because I missed that. I only got it in syndication. Oh, that's so crazy. Welcome everyone. Welcome JJ Thrash, James St. James. Italians aren't white; they're half black and half Jew. That's something Dennis Hopper would say, or Christopher Walken and Pink Cap. Welcome. Barbara DeRush coming on. Oh, that's a great compliment, Barbara. I hope you. Yeah, good. There's Dr. Sarah, Tata Toothy, Tone Cot. All right, so hi, JJ Thrash, Sky Spectre. So she remembers it. Yes, like I said, I only remember this being syndicated. I love the shot of Dr. Doom on his ass with the shrunken Fantastic Four. I love that episode. I think they did about 21 of those, and that got a full half hour. The other ones would share it. They were cut out into 7-minute shorts, and they would share it. So it would go Birdman, Galaxy Trio, Birdman, and that would be a half hour. Each one was 7 minutes, and then Fantastic Four got a full half hour, and it would be broken into an hour.
Hanna Barbera was like mercenary about their cartoon pairings because none of them. I remember some of them like didn't even make sense, like the Snagglepuss / Perils of Penelope Pit Stop Hour or so. It's like two cartoons that don't go together, sharing an hour.
It's wild, yeah. Some of the creators of that just completely wild, just how they do mashups, and you would love to be in the room with them creating these shows.
Yeah,
a lot of them are derivative off DC and Marvel Comics because they couldn't get the license for the actual people. So like Birdman is Hawkman.
Right. It's the Hydrox DC and Marvel universe, right? Yeah.
Yeah. And sometimes they do it better, like Space Ghost. Everybody knows Space Ghost.
Yeah.
It's a great I don't know why they never really incorporated him into the actual DC universe. They sort of kept it into the great design, great Neil Ross does the voice.
Well,
yeah,
and
Mr. Magoo is good. Go ahead,
I know as watching Cartoon Network in the 90s, I know Space Ghost as Space Ghost Coast to Coast because they made
talk show, right?
Right, which was great.
That's an insane idea. Falcon, of course. Tatatuti, of course. Falcon was more like street level, but it was Birdman's kind of a cross between. And Birdman, what they did is they combined Batman, Superman, and Hawkman with Birdman because Birdman was powered by the sun, like Superman is. He has his own cave, like Batman. He has a sidekick, and there's like a Nick Fury type that's giving him his missions. And then he has Hawkman's wings, and it's just like so. In order to not get hit from DC, they amalgamed those three characters into what Birdman is.
Yeah.
The Falcon, that great black superhero.
The vitriol on the word black is always shocking. To answer JJ Thrash's question, I got hired or I got approached to demonstrate this electric cello at the NAMM show. But it conflicted with another thing I was doing, so I couldn't make it down there. But have fun. The NAMM show is sort of.
What does it stand? Is that an acronym?
It is, and I haven't been a NAMM.
I can't even get one of the syllables. I can't imagine what it is. It's a music thing, right? So
it's a music thing, yeah. And why am I forgetting the?
Oh, the A stands for arpeggiate.
Of course, yes. It's notation, arpeggiate, and then my real name.
Crazy Robin. I know Crazy Robin watched this. I know she did. Oh my God. Could you see her in South Central Los Angeles watching this?
And battle against the forces of evil everywhere. And now it's takeoff.
Like lying down on the rug on the floor with a Polish fucking Frankenberry or something watching this.
Time for the gathering of the greatest. Hanna-Barbera's World of Super Adventure.
Wow, God.
Hotels and vacation rentals.
So that's so fascinating that you studied the musical score for that. That is great.
Yeah. It's a National Association for Music Merchants, but so it's like a trade show for, a lot of Guitar Center-esque music products and other stuff too.
That sounds cool, actually.
Yeah, no, it's fun. There's not really any reason for me to go just because what I do is so pencil and paper focused. I'm not really like a producer, like a pop music producer, so I don't go that often. But that's fun that JJ Thrash is there.
Yeah, Fred Norris is there too.
Yeah.
Great. Crazy Robin goes, yes, I did exactly that. I knew I got it. I knew I profiled it. I thought Black Falcon superhero was actually Michael Vick for a few years. He played on the Atlanta Falcons.
Right.
That's good, Tonecott. That's good. What the hell was I gonna do? So thank you, Brendan, because I brought up the Depp thing. Like you went like half Howard and like Hanna-Barbera. This is why I brought up Hanna-Barbera. That the other half would be you do a Deppening and a Lotus Notes in a 4.5 hour block, and you cut it in half. I don't know. I'm
telling you, I
will.
Like, if Bon or Sarah wants to make the visual of like a Hanna-Barbera looking opening, I mean not animation, but just I will score it. Like I will.
Wow! All right.
I will totally write music for that. That's so fun. Yeah.
I don't have to go through your fucking your union, do I?
My manager.
do I have to get Buchwald? Don Buchwald is not returning phone calls.
You must pay his 20% before you pay my full fee, so it doesn't come out of my check. Right.
You bringing in both crowds, for that show.
Right, exactly.
I had the idea because Brendan sent me. I think he sent this at 4:00 in the morning last night. Sent me a text about TMZ and a story about a leaked text from Ryan Reynolds and his manager talking shit about Depp. That whole Justin Baldoni,
Blake Lively thing.
Thing. So apparently this text got leaked where the manager's going back and forth with, or agents going back and forth with Ryan Reynolds about how this could destroy his career or make it. This is just like, and Ryan Reynolds says, "We see what that did to Depp."
Right.
And the agent writes back, "Yeah, he never recovered from it, did he?" This is like 2 weeks ago. Wow. And that's what the point is, and I could have a much fuller commentary on this, and I'm reading the TMZ piece, and they're basically saying, "Oh no, that's not true at all. He's getting offers from," and they completely. So TMZ's taking credit for that whole Morgan Tremaine thing.
Oh yeah,
he testified in the trial, and TMZ broke the video of Amber Heard and Depp in 2016 when they had to fight in his kitchen.
Right.
So they're just their stamp is all over, and they think they're championing him. And I just say they completely gloss over Prince MBS. Every single project they brought up is Prince MBS Saudi funded. For Depp.
I wonder if TMZ is Saudi funded at this point.
That's a really good point. I didn't even think of that.
I don't know. They never seem to be in any financial strife from what I see. I don't know.
I've hated every single thing he's done. This is not a comeback at all. There's nothing. He's been in stuff, but every single one of them is Saudi funded, and that's what Will Smith's got going on too. So it's all those people you think, and there's nothing, and his own really just senile, out of touch, lost his artistic fastball, is his own doing. And why do you have your own production company, Infinitum Nihil, if you can't do your own shit, if you can't make your own art? And the fact that he is so pretentiously elitist about television is his own doing. That's an out of touch son of a bitch that does not have to roll with the new media.
Yeah, and I feel like, I don't know. I mean, I feel like even, movie actors looking down on television probably was a little beginning to be out of touch around the time he did Jump Street too.
That's a long time ago.
Yeah.
Too, where TV's made its strides. I would say, David, when the troika of Breaking Bad, Mad Men, and Walking Dead all came out at AMC, I think that's when the tide turned in favor of TV. I'm like, oh wow, it's not HBO, it's not just, that's when that's even before the streaming services like that was like, and then Netflix got in the act.
Right. Yeah. I mean, in terms of like a not like paid for channel like HBO, in terms of like a cable channel, really doing high quality film, like theatrical film level stuff, AMC probably led the charge on that for sure.
You don't think John Cusack and Matthew Broderick are just beating themselves up every day for turning down Walter White in Breaking Bad?
Totally, of course. They could have milked a little bit more relevance out of their acting career. Yeah.
Matthew Broderick's like, I've killed more people in my life than on Breaking Bad.
Look, the material seems a little tame to me.
Does this Walter White drive drunk in Ireland and kill 2 people? Because then I'll do it.
Yeah, right. Because I can draw on real life experience there. I'm a very method actor. Right.
That's a true story. John Cusack and Matthew Broderick both got offered the Walter White role that went to Bryan Cranston, and I think they both were like, just didn't have the foresight to see how good that was going to be, and just looked at it like, I'm not doing a fucking AMC show, cable, basic cable, and no way. What is this? You know they couldn't see the vision of that. Not that Bryan Cranston had a choice. Of course he's going to take it. Like.
Well, I don't know. I mean, he was on Malcolm in the Middle and probably had a decent payday after.
Yeah, but you can't put him in Cusack's casting category at that time. I like him better than both of them, but I'm just saying the way Hollywood is and the way Hollywood puts you in a box. He wasn't. It's amazing how that.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, it broke him out of being the sitcom dad and
or Tim Watley.
Right.
So that became, and he just what that told me too. The article is that's not atypical of a conversation that probably happens about Depp with everybody's agent now. You remember Tracy Jacobs she goes, "Oh, people are talking. The industry is talking about this and what he's like to have on a set and what the future is." That's an example of the tongues wagging about Depp on a movie. That is a perfect example of Ryan Reynolds is considered an A-list star now. Yeah, and I'm sure they're powerful people he's speaking to.
Yeah, and Depp is probably a road sign for other actors about what happens when a personal relationship thing kind of leaks into the public and it's problematic, or there's, emotional harassing of each party. And, I don't know, maybe they look to the Depp Heard stuff as a cautionary tale, or what can we do differently or the same so that I come out looking the best,
It is, people, no matter what you think, he won the trial, but she won very soundly the UK one. Yeah, so that's off because it wasn't televised. People forget about that. The stuff that came out, you're weighing about him, has every single producer and production company who's just like, this is not, he is not worth the risk of dropping dead on a set from every drug known to man, which he never even took until he was in his fucking 40s, which is bizarre. Right. So all the dirt that came out did not, regardless of if he came up on top of her in terms of the Fairfax trial, the damage is done. The personal life peccadillos is too much to overcome, and one might say, you're equally toxic. You two are equally guilty.
Yeah, she won the UK battle, he won the US battle, but both of them lost the overall war of having darkened each other's doorways. They both took away each other's potential at having a maybe continuously respected acting career, for whatever chances they both had.
But he's so massively internationally popular that someone's going to bail him out all the time. How else does one lose $650 million and then cry and then act like a victim and a martyr in that, as generous as he is to his friends? And I love that. Then all of a sudden, mysteriously, at the last day of the trial, you blow off the result. You blow off all the people that supported you. You blow off your whole legal team that you spent $8.5 million on, and take a plane to auto-fillet Jeff Beck with some forgettable Guitar Hero bullshit. You could have scheduled in advance around that. You knew the last day of this trial for months and months and months. And then you really I look at it as just pissing on all people camping out and cheering for you in and out of court all the time. And you blow off the fucking result. Yeah. And go on and how does this guy who's crying about losing $650 million with his accountant now have a private jet waiting for him to go to Jeff Beck? How does that happen if you're broke? The last thing I get is the PJ treatment.
Right. Right. And to go spend time with a arguably obscure-ish guitar, brilliant guitar player, but just
brilliant,
like,
but no one knows who he is.
Right,
The general
right.
public doesn't know who he is.
Yeah.
He doesn't sing. He just plays independent guitar, and it's not anything. And like I said, I cannot. Even the people just watching at home, the fact that you couldn't have the good dignity and just humility to sit there and wait for the result and celebrate with your team is just insanely disrespectful to everybody involved.
It is weird that it was just like, it's one more day. Like, it's one
One
more
day.
Yeah.
It would
You
have been
couldn't make it
more
to the
noble
end.
if you blew off the first day.
Right. Yeah.
And then, one more day. As if they couldn't have postponed that stupid. What's going on in this arena that they couldn't even move it?
Right. Like, who do you think was more tuned? What show had more people tuned in? The Depp Heard trial or that one Jeff Beck show?
I swear, I thought I heard there was 150 people at the show. I thought I read that as the head count at the time.
Good Lord.
It's just so it's corny, and he's trying to be too cool for school. Look, I'm too cool for my own trial. I'm gonna go to.
I see. That's my theory, is that he doesn't want, in terms of like the too cool for school thing is like, I'm not going to be on camera reacting to my win. That's what losers would do. I'm going to be disappeared by then,
But I spent the whole trial telling you that, this is for my kids and my dignity and reputation's at stake. So I guess it doesn't mean anything. If I'm the jury, I go, I guess there's nothing at stake here. So this is bullshit. I'll just go for Amber Heard now.
Right.
She's here with a whole team waiting for it. Isn't it disrespectful to the jury too? Saying like, I just heard this motherfucker tell me his reputation's at stake and his kids are getting harassed on. Why would you cut out?
Can you imagine being a juror thinking like, I know that this is probably going to be a not guilty in Depp's favor, and I can't wait to be on the jury looking him in the face when we deliver that. And or just like the relieved look on a movie star's face when we deliver a not guilty for him.
Well, by the way, the jury was there till 6:30 at night.
Really?
Free, making $20 a day.
Right.
Or free. Man, it might have been free. I don't think they got anything actually in Virginia. I heard it was, I heard it. So he doesn't go, and the jury's there till 6. I'm like, fuck you. I'm voting for Amber Heard just out of spite.
Right. That's the alternative. I'm saying like the fantasy is if you thought Depp was going to be there, you'd get your hopes up thinking like, wow, I'm such a witness to history. I get to be one of the people that decided a positive outcome for Johnny Depp, and I can't wait to see his face. And then
right, that's the fucking
the rug is pulled out from under you.
Yes. That's the I don't know, the end zone spike or the monetary payment that is now. You're not getting we get to see that. We get to see the elation of this top tier A-list movie star, and the face. We're responsible for resuscitating his spirit.
Totally, yeah. Have any jurors sort of come forward that they
Not
were
really.
a juror? Okay,
you'd think that did we ever? Like, God, I think they're afraid to. I don't know. I have this theory, and I thought about this like through all the major trials, political trials and stuff, that I don't even know why the jury's even in the courtroom.
Right.
Just put them in a spillover room and have a big ass monitor. Why do they even have to be there? Like, see it. If they're worried about their anonymity and they're worried about getting harassed, you don't need to have them seeing anybody. With today's technology, there's no reason they can't be in some spillover room making their decisions. They don't need to be there in person.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's the courtroom could tamper with what they're seeing, the video feed, or so. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure there's a reason, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, jury duty is annoying enough as it is,
Or do what they do in the lineups, in the police lineups, where they have the glass,
behind glass.
Yeah. Do that. You don't have to see them.
That's true. That's
It's
true.
stupid. You're putting them at risk. Why do it? No one's going to volunteer for jury duty if they're always at risk.
Yeah, and
We have
you know,
a dumb system. We have a really dumb system. We really do. I really hate the legals. I really think the legal system needs to be just like fucking retooled and done over almost completely.
Get it down to the studs and just, you know, rebuild it completely. But yeah, I mean, Amber Heard could memorize your face and sick her father on you. You know, it's
that's not stupid. He's that crazy. I think if he's having dog fighting,
right?
It's Tonecock goes. Yeah, Bon Jovial's skills are along with David, really talented. And Sarah's talented too.
I'll talk to Bon. I mean, I'll email Bon about. I really love that idea, and it would be fun to collaborate with him on something actually. So maybe
the first show to try it. You know, it's not like you'd. Barbara Duress goes, I need to be Saudi funded. I know, right? Could you imagine having Jared Kushner and just like throwing billions of dollars at you for every little thing?
I mean, can I become a like milquetoast stand-up comedian and go to Riyadh next year? Is that a possibility?
They have like a almost like a glorified prostitution ring. Remember when Depp was walking out with that 25-year-old who's younger than Lily? They have like their own like, you know, harem that they just dish out to American movie stars.
Walking out with his skinny Russian blonde 25-year-old girlfriend.
Who came right out of that. Seriously.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Welcome Andrew Jenkins. Yeah, all the movie stars are on Netflix now. She's right. All the stuff we watch now is on Netflix. I don't even watch regular. I know nobody even watches network. Matthew Broderick is on
I think
Saturday.
if people are going to watch, you know, if you're in the mood for Star Wars or The Godfather, people are renting it on YouTube now. I think that's largely what they do. You know,
there's a Chris Noth, Sarah Jessica Parker feud going on now, which I have not looked into, but I just see the headlines all over my feeds. You know how like now when you look stuff up, you get alerts of things that you're just poking around. It's not that you created the alert. They just, oh, he'll like this. So they send me like Sarah Jessica Parker news.
right. It's like a Me Too thing, right?
It has to be. I didn't even read the headline, but I'm guessing that it is. I'm not even sure.
Yeah, I saw what you saw, probably just like, oh, they're having a falling out, but none of the details, you know.
It's bizarre. It's this many years later too.
Right.
Brian gave it Crazy Robin. I love Bryan Cranston. I just think he was at least their third. Like he comes in there. He's like, all right, I'm not the second choice. I'm the third. He probably wasn't even the fourth choice. Who knows? I don't know what Vince Gilligan said, but they wanted other people, and thank God it went to Cranston.
Yeah.
He really is. He looks like a teacher. He looks like a science teacher.
He does. Yeah, he is the kind of aged, wise old face of his. Yeah,
and he's like articulate, and he sounds like an intellectual, and he looks like the cool science teacher you would have. You know, maybe you talk sports with him at the end of class or something like that.
Totally.
It's funny. Yeah, Tonecock. Tim Allen went from a drug dealer to a sitcom dad. That's right. We looked at his mugshot, didn't we, Debbie? On some
he
show?
did. Yeah, he had like a porno mustache, and yeah, right.
Rest in peace, Jeff Beck. I heard Candace Owens is rifling an arms waist barrel looking for leads. It's better than Billy Owens doing it, Andrew Jenkins. Arms on fire. Thank you, Barbara. I feel on fire. Probably going to run out of gas in like 5 minutes.
It was a big spurt at the top, and then it just big diminishing returns after that.
Welcome, Babe Blues. Debbie, do you feel like more of a circadian rhythm this time of day?
Yeah, this is probably a better. I haven't quite hit the blood sugar crash at this time, so it probably is a better time. I know it's horribly early for Bon, and I feel bad. I mean, I don't know. Maybe there's an alternating thing we can do, or
it's almost like do it at like 7 a.m. No, I don't know. That's 8 a.m. your time,
right?
And he would stay up all night, and I would stay up all night.
Right.
And Gilbert Gottfried would stay up all night. And Ron DeShear would stay up all night. Guy Spector goes, hey, doing it like the Stern Show. You'd think just be there with his lawyers that got him off out of respect for the court. No, Barbara, it's been Barbara, it's still bothering me. I think about it every day. Like how disrespectful and how I'm the only one in the world that's calling him out on it. Really, I'm the only one. And this is not some brag. This is not for some reason, he has this, this cult of lemmings that will not, ever say anything, call him out on his shit. And I thought that was such an obvious thing. I was saying it in the moment. If we go back and listen to my last show, I might do that. I might do that later.
Yeah,
just off to myself.
Cull some clips from that. The fucking tickets for Hollywood Vampires is $100 to $785.
Yeah, that's right, Ben. That's right. There was a Ben 4810 said this. There was a thing. There was this deluge of people who got screwed out of. They blew off a show or. They owed like an entire stadium $1,000 each.
Okay.
For just like some weird misschedule, and they had to like address it because there was so many people. It's such a bad band too. It's karaoke. It's like I would rather watch Depp sing karaoke. I would rather watch David just play. Seriously, I would rather. You did that brilliant Prince cover. I just listened to that. I would rather listen to you do 80s covers on a trombone or a violin. I seriously would, than watch them. It's not like, and Depp couldn't look more bored when he's staring at the ground. You don't know what note he's playing. There's 10 guitarists up there. You can't tell one guitar from the next. It's such stupid ass. It's embarrassing, really. I'm almost as embarrassed by that as I am by the Dior Sauvage ads.
The video we watched of him playing with Bono last year, I will say it's a lot of elbow action and not a lot of finger action. I think he's trying to. I think he's trying to convince you he's playing the guitar, but he's not actually plugged in, and he's using the elbows.
Was it you or Bond that identified that you couldn't see the plug? You could to the amplifier.
Bond probably couldn't see the plug. But in that Bono video, I couldn't hear him over like the no-name mandolin player in the back. The mandolin was like blaring over the PA system, and I could hear Bono singing, and I think Bono was playing guitar as well.
Okay,
but I couldn't hear if Depp was doing something. I could not hear it.
No one can.
Yeah,
he can. Apparently, according to the guy from the Guns N' Roses promoter, that shows that he's tone deaf. He called him tone deaf. He's the worst guitarist I ever heard. I thought he was tone deaf. Barbara DeRush says, so Chris Noth apparently got some Me Too. They killed him off the show because he fell off a Peloton bike.
Oh, the character Mr. Big did.
Oh, was that one of the movies?
I don't know what I'm not aware enough of Sex and the City sort of lore to. I mean, maybe they killed his character off the show. But Barbara can elaborate, I guess. I don't know.
Well, they did a thing, just like that.
Right.
I can't stand that title.
Oh, it's horrible. Yeah, it's so.
I hate that title.
It's so knowing and sort of like, don't you love our
corny
inside joke? Yeah, it's corny and like I don't know.
I think it alienates fans of the show that don't even know what the fuck it is.
Well,
like,
the fans hate it. I mean, they hate whatever updates they did to it. They hate it.
Oh, that's my favorite Tata Toothy, who was supposed to play so and so in the casting and what would have been. There's so many good stories about that. I hate that's Howard. Howard, one of the great interview skills Howard had all through the 90s and stuff is that.
Yeah.
The guy would come in and say, like, what have you turned down? Or, who beat you out? And they're not allowed to, they're afraid to talk about it.
Yeah, not Eric Stoltz for Back to the Future. He will volunteer that story any
Eric
time.
Stoltz. Depp was up for that too.
Yeah.
Tendrils. I just listened to I just watched the opening of one of the Prince shows, and I watched David's brilliant cover of I Want to Be Your Lover, and I listened to it like 5 times. It's you do such a good job on that.
Thank you. That's my favorite Prince song by far. Yeah.
Underrated.
It is. Yeah. I was thinking I could do a Raspberry Beret or something like that, but I love that song. Yeah.
Welcome, Chubby Pickle. Chubby is in the house, everyone. aka Anthony Weiner.
Yeah.
Tendril, Scott Spector, Joe Perry, Alice Cooper, and Duff. And there's like 5 other guitarists too, Tatatoothy. I think who was it? What was that guy's name? I forget. He's like on all right. So do we have any more announcements or rants? Oh yeah, one last thing. This is fun. I put in Chat-GPT because I didn't want to use an A-list superhero.
Yeah.
So what I did was to test the amazing tool that this is. I put myself, the real person, against Hawkman, the superhero from DC, in an actual physical fight, and see what Chat-GPT says. I chose Hawkman because I didn't want to use the A-list heroes. I thought they might give me a shot if it's not the A-list heroes. So let me see if I can share the screen here. Tell me if you see this.
Yeah, I see it.
Is this not the biggest pompous ass thing anyone's ever done? John Arm Bogdan from Lotus Notes, Deppening, and Radio Gunk versus Hawkman and DC Comics in a physical fight. Here's the matchup. John Arm Bogdan versus Hawkman. As legendary as John Arm is in podcast lore and a 240 marathoner with elite endurance and an athlete, a famously top inch-for-inch basketball rebounder, this matchup is still a brutal mismatch once we step into the actual DC Comics power scaling. Hawkman, what he brings to the fight. Depending on what version, nth metal physiology, superhuman strength. He doesn't have superhuman, barely above human.
Yeah.
Durability and healing. Flight, full aerial. Do I get to use nth metal too? It's like some space steroid. Do I get to use nth metal?
Yeah.
How about I have nth metal?
Yeah. What are the first principles of this fight? That's my question.
Centuries of combat experience, reincarnated warrior across lifetimes, superhuman strength, barely, weapons mastery, mace, swords, shields. I don't use weapons, guys. I don't need weapons against him. How about me? I don't even have weapons. He's fighting a civilian, and he needs that shit.
Right.
Combat speeds and reflexes, well beyond peak human. Durability, tanks, bullets, explosions, and superhuman punches. The guy trades blows with Black Adam, Wonder Woman, Solomon Grundy, and loses every time. What John Arm brings to the fight. To be fair and respectful to the Arm legacy, he brings elite real-world endurance. Marathon is insane. Exceptional vertical timing and rebounding instincts. High pain tolerance, grit, stubbornness, and the won't quit mentality. Psychological warfare potential, a podcast trash talker top tier. Limitations. He's peak human durability at best. He doesn't have superhuman strength. No flight, no enhanced healing. You don't know I don't have enhanced healing. You don't know that. I have a skin tag that healed pretty fast.
Right.
No protection from blunt force trauma or edged weapons. Oh, really? Really? Did you hear me get hit with that bottle in Bay Ridge? And I shrugged it right off and didn't even know it hit me? Did you get that, Chat-GPT? When I got sucker hit with a bottle and I didn't even feel it? No defense against nth metal technology. How do you know what defenses I have? I'm going to go to Costco and see what they have for nth metal.
I love how like your drawbacks are that you're not a fictional character. That's your
how the fight actually goes. So they wrote like a comic book basically.
Yeah.
Scenario 1 in a straight up fight. Hawkman blitzes Arm from the air. One clean hit from the mace and catastrophic injury. The fight ends in seconds. Scenario 2. Arm actually gets preparation time. It doesn't even matter. Hawkman flies, tanks, small arms fire, and closes the distance instantly. Scenario 3, basketball court rules. Arm might grab one legendary rebound over him. Hawkman then jumps 3 to 4 stories straight up and dunks through the backboard. Scenario verdict, Hawkman wins 10 out of 10 times by knockout, by incapacitation, and accidental overkill. Final take, John Arm is an elite human outlier, a cardio god, a rebounding freak, and a podcast warlord, but Hawkman lives in a universe where humans are background props, unless they're Batman with 20 years of prep and $1 billion tech arsenal at his disposal. Fun matchup? Yes. Competitive? Not even close. How stupid is this?
I was hoping each scenario would end with over in seconds, like it just
everyone does.
Yeah,
I couldn't,
right.
no matter what I did, I couldn't convince him to take me.
That's funny. Wow, that's
I wonder
hilarious.
if I fought like an actual street level, Daredevil or someone like that who's not considered even.
I love how Chat-GPT was so desperate to have you win. It's like, well, maybe if they played basketball. The
home court advantage, like
right.
In the air it goes to him, in the water it goes to Aquaman, kind of thing.
If they have a dough kneading contest, maybe John would pull out a win there.
I should have put the cooking in there.
Yes.
You can't get your tip wet in the real world. Arm's legacy. Left out Arm's trident. I know. I should have gave myself a trident, like some kind of. That's a good idea. Arm doing the superhero play-by-play. What my Dick Enberg over here. The microphone Arm is using is the limit of his tech arsenal. I know. I think each week I'm going to match myself up against another superhero and see what they say.
Hey, John, speaking of your microphone, it's kind of going in and out. It sounds muffled at times, and then.
How long has that been happening?
For like 10 seconds. It's not bad.
Okay. I guess I pulled it down. How about now?
Yeah, it's great. It's good.
Okay. I think what happens is it auto mutes when you tilt it up. So you have to keep it perpetually down.
Right.
All right. Start the show. This is Cleaning Out the Computer 7, Lotus Notes 67. I want to thank everybody with their contributions and ideas and my own. I'm going to give David the first choice. Here are your selections.
Hey, John, it's still doing it a little bit. I don't know if...
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Let me go back.
Okay. It's my show now.
David goes, it's my show now.
Yeah, it's going in and out. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the solution is.
Let me try this. I'm going to go out.
Okay.
You talk about music.
Yeah, we'll do.
And I'll come back right back.
Okay, sounds good.
I'll leave the studio and come and open up a new window.
Sounds good. All right, let me read comments. Let's see. Can I click on comments or am I? Yeah, it doesn't. I don't have. Sorry, everybody. I don't have capacity to put the comments up on the screen, but I'll still take over David. Yeah. It would be funny if I was just lying. I mean, you all heard it, but if I was lying to him about his microphone quality just so I could take over the show. I know the Quitter, I'm sorry, the piano is not, I'm in a different room today, so it is not nearby, nor is the cello. So I'll just have to interact with the chat for now. And I have nothing to say. Let's see. Oh, thank God. Yes.
How do I sound now?
Good so far. Yeah.
All right. What I did was I opened up a new window.
Okay.
The thing, and sometimes I hit like, what do they call it? Cache clear.
Yes.
Thing.
I think it sounds good now. It's consistently good. So yeah, I think we're good.
Well, you're getting a lot of compliments already. Arms running around. Yeah, the worst part about this show is the little before you go on, the scurrying around, the last minute things. That's the worst part. The fucking hour of the where you go in. It's so difficult to take a nap because you go, I forgot that you're creating an opening,
totally,
thumbnail, and we're just warm up. Look at your fans are going crazy. Quitter's going crazy. Debbie, Barbara Rush, Andrew Jenkins is going. Watson is a good one. Yep. Deshaun Watson, Andrew. David's gonna David's gonna tell us Lawrence Welk stories.
The wonderful. Yes.
Crazy Robin goes, David is the best. I agree with that.
Robin.
Barbara test mod. Yeah, big time proper modulation. This is very Ben Stern.
Yeah.
So David, here we go. I'm gonna give you the Tom Snyder, Conan O'Brien get pranked by a Stern caller in 1994 on Tom Snyder's old CNBC show, and they get very rattled by it. Conan looks like he turned white because he just got like prison rop aid on the Stern show by Billy West and the Jackie Puppet.
Okay.
I'm not leading you into anything.
No. Yeah.
Sarah Michelle Gellar, that's when they created, blows the show off for anti-Semitism in 1999.
Okay.
Maureen Callahan eviscerates Howard in the New York Post in 2021. Jason Kaplan, this is for Boff. This has to be played at some point. Jason Kaplan versus Gary. On Gary's birthday, they do the staff an anonymous thing about what the staff doesn't like about Gary, and Jason starts it off.
Okay.
Jack Black and Kyle Gass of Tenacious D badmouth Howard on Love Lines and get to win and shit on Private Parts, and then Jack Black has to come in and apologize to promote King Kong. John G sent me this in an email. There's a Howard Stern documentary in 1997, and somehow Trey Parker from South Park is on it, and you're not supposed to know who he is.
Right. Okay.
And they've never done the show.
Yeah.
Gary Dell'Abate versus Shuli in a vicious fight about how annoying Shuli is. We've only teased that. We've never played the full version of it on here. This is the first one I thought of. Gary is accused of date raping in 1992 with an April Fool's joke.
Yes, I remember that.
By a woman. Howard announces Doomsday's animated series in 1991, and Buchwald celebrates. The thing never comes out, as you know. So it's the entire announcement. He's basically saying this is a go. We've got greenlit, and he does this whole tease thing, and they celebrate at a hotel. And Jackie says Howard's hiding in the hotel, and I can't even call him because his stupid phone system he won't give me his phone number.
Oh God.
DL Hughley, this is the one you requested.
Yeah.
DL Hughley is pranked by Gary, who speaks Ebonics to DL Hughley in the pre-interview.
That's right.
And then I'm on the Artie Lang show with DL Hughley, asking DL about this because I'd never heard him talk about it he did the show after that, but then years later, I always wondered what he thought of it, and so he does it, and so that's the follow-up. They're two companion pieces.
Got it. Okay. Why don't we do the Boff, the Gary, Jason
first
clip?
Jason? Okay.
That sounds good to me. Yeah.
So this is Jason Kaplan against Gary about a contest on Gary's birthday. They say, what don't you like about Gary? They're kind of roasting him, but it's sort of vicious and mean. And it's clear Jason wants Gary's job. And he's almost like emasculating him here.
Anybody else want to tribute Gary? Jason? Anybody want him to represent the back office?
These are the people Gary command.
These are Gary's direct, the troops, the guys.
For you, Barbara, we'll do Maureen Callahan next.
Yeah, that sounds good. What year is this, by the way?
That's 2017.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, this is like the show's horrible at this time, but every now and again something leaked through, and this is one of those times.
This sounds like something they would have done in the Artie years,
yeah, they just every now and again something edgy would leak out. Not anymore, but this was, when
When Jason speaks, I want to say I love working in an environment where everybody that works for me is encouraged to come in and tell what a douche I am.
Well, actually, Gary, to use one of your favorite words, it happened more organically than that. It, we've been talking a lot about Gary's birthday and his anniversary.
Yeah.
And then in all these, when you're talking to guys, all these things that they don't like about Gary. They bubble to the surface.
All right, that's unusual to talk about things you don't like about Gary.
So we're calling this Gary grievances.
Oh, is she right wing? Yeah, she definitely has. Talk about Maureen Callahan. Yeah, I'm going to ignore her politics. I'm sure I'd hate him with a passion, with a bloody passion. She's blonde, of course. That totally fits. I'm just going for the Howard stuff. I know exactly what you mean, Tata Toothy. I could look past her fucking, whatever you want to call it, Megyn Kelly.
The enemy of my enemy is my right.
Exactly.
So.
What are the
number one Gary grievance going on right now?
Yeah,
is that Gary's in the middle of all these crazy wild trips he gets to go do.
Yeah.
Like in the last year, he's gone to the Grammys, he's gone to the Super Bowl, he's gone to the White House Correspondents' Dinner.
Right.
And whenever Gary's going someplace,
did you see pictures from that, David?
I did. Yeah, I remember. I remember seeing that. But yeah, this is that weird undue. Gary gets to be a voting member of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Like, Gary's suddenly elevated in life. Yeah.
He went to this correspondence dinner and he sat at a table with Zoss Rapin and Bradley Cooper.
Right. I remember like they were they at a table with like Samantha Bee or something, or she was there.
Something to do with. She might have been the MC.
Oh, that might have been it. Yeah, that sounds right.
You have to hear about every single part of the plan, when he's going to get to the airport, what flight he's taking, where he's going to go jogging when he gets to the hotel once they get there. And what's really been bumming people out is that, we have a lot of hardworking people in the office.
Is it clear that Jason wants his job here?
Oh, yeah. Jason would love to be, hotel dropping and event dropping like Gary's able to do. Yeah.
Do you remember when Jason called Gary stupid?
I do, but I don't
he's
remember.
A really dumb guy. It was basically because the books on tape thing. When Gary was said he doesn't read anymore, he just does books on tape. And Jason came in and he says he thinks Gary is just an idiot because he can't actually read, and he makes too many. Fucking Reese's and McKine and all that stuff. That's a guy who doesn't read.
That's interesting. Yeah.
Chubby Pickle says, "Nice choice, David."
Thank you, Chubby.
I think Stephanie Rule would say that too.
David.
Why doesn't Jason just eat Gary?
Who sit at their desk for 12 hours a day.
Yeah, 12 hours a day, 5 days a week.
Right.
Headphones on.
Right.
And then Gary, just like randomly will just walk out of the office and he's got this pose. I know I'm on radio, but he's got this, arms crossed leaning against the door, and he goes, "Yeah, I don't know. My month is so busy. I got to go to Napa to this private Foo Fighters concert."
That's the origin of the humble brag.
Totally.
Right?
Yeah.
I remember first hearing about the humble brag, and that's the definition of it.
It's one thing, a couple things. I appreciate that Jason doesn't do the hacky Fred impression of Gary.
Oh, Shuli will, and you'll
I know
get real. After Sour Shoes did Gary, nobody should be allowed to do that stupid hack impression they all do at the same. No one should be allowed to do that after Sour Shoes does. He just locked it down. It's perfect. It's unbelievable. No one should. You shouldn't even want to do it at that point.
Yeah, totally.
And then I got to go to the Grammys.
Are you saying he lacks sympathy or empathy for the other guys because he's talking about his exciting life?
His exciting life where people have to then stop working to then hear him plan this out. I don't know if he lacks empathy because Gary's a pretty empathetic guy. I think he's just lost in his own head and likes to just talk and talk and talk.
I don't think this is the Plantains fiasco original MIA. I think it's a different. Sometimes we conflate those. I don't know if it doesn't come up here. In fact, what does come up food-wise is bagels and lox. Who's the broad? Who's the Indian broad from The Office?
Oh, Mindy Kaling.
Mindy Kaling. She sent the show bagels, and apparently Gary hoarded them, and so that comes up later.
Okay. By the way, it's rich for Jason to be complaining about Gary this way to Howard, who is also going to just as many bougie events, and what is Howard going to really get from this other than faking out that he's in touch with the working class still?
I'll show you a clip of what happens when you talk about Howard to Jason. Crowbar myself in. No, you're right. You're right, because every single one of these things you can throw in Howard's face is him being worse.
Exactly.
It's unbelievable. Wigorous flying too close to the sun and the lack of optics. He's been so he's had his ass kissed in this sort of emperor's clothes kind of what's the other word I'm looking for? What's the word of not lack of, not just lack of optics. What is the phrase for when you have no self-awareness or enablers and
Emperor's New Clothes kind of thing.
He's brainwashed himself and the staff to not identify all of the peccadillos that he has, which is far worse. It's like he literally forgets them.
Well,
or I was unaware of them, probably moreover.
Well, and he's probably brainwashed the staff during bits like this where, when you talk to me about how elitist Gary is, you're talking to the Howard that made $96 a week, not the guy that is actually existing in 2017,
Somebody on Reddit, or it could have been here, I'd like to give somebody here credit on it for it, says that number you just pulled out, right? Yeah. That's what Howard's salary should be now.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely.
That's what his worth is in that show. He should be getting, it should all come full circle, and he gets the $96 a week now. That's what he's worth.
Back to that worth, right? Yeah, exactly.
And that even might be overpaying him.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, there are far superior podcasts, this being one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much, because of David. And
stop.
Yeah, $96 a week would be what probably more than we would get, or any podcast would get. Like he's overpaid now at $96 a week.
Yeah, he doesn't do any preparation. John Hind and Will do the preparation for him. He leaves, again, if we created a track of just the aggregate of dead air in his show versus one of ours, like he would have way more dead air than we do,
I'm so insecure about dead air too, that I'll just cut right in. And again, we don't have a visual, so you're working your ass off to fill in.
Right.
You can't just, when there's dead air, I get really, I get like stressed out.
Totally.
When I leave 3 seconds just laying there. It's probably insecure. It's probably nothing, but I don't know. That's the way I feel. He has nothing to offer. You don't learn anything. You don't laugh. You don't. $96. He's overpaid at this point.
Yeah. Yeah. And
Crazy Robin goes, can you imagine the crap they say about? See, Crazy Robin, that's a bit they could do, is like they have to like reveal a group text. Yeah. They have to leak texts. It's like a mandatory thing. Once a month, they have to leak group texts about talking shit. She's so right. Could you imagine Will and Jason going back and forth about Gary?
Screenshots of those WhatsApp conversations with the 70 staffers. Yeah, that would be fascinating.
Oh my God. Mehmet. At the same time, Sal and Mehmet going back and forth.
Oh, and Sal probably, Sal's been there long enough that he can draw on, just nonsense from every era of the recent Stern show. Yeah.
Well, the NFL fantasy football guru Matthew Berry revealed they do talk shit about Howard behind his back. Remember the text about?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, the red flag list. So that does exist. Jason said he wanted Gary. Yeah, he did. There's no question. He could. When Jason comes in there, it's the Lexapro talking or whatever. He comes in there and in the back of his mind is he's gonna fucking emasculate Gary to the point that he's gonna make Howard go, you know what? Why is he my executive head producer?
Well,
why don't I give Jason his job? I heard he got his job.
That could be it too. And he's, Gary is just a more valuable character, quote unquote, on the show, but is in reality passed over for Jason in terms of a higher administrative job on the show.
I also think Gary pompously thought he had that shit locked up for the rest of his life. He developed this hubris and entitlement. I'm Baba Booey with the nickname, and I mean that because I'm also a joke, and the show can't go on without me making fun of me. I'm a character on the show. I'm not just a producer, and I can't be replaced.
Well, you know, you know, whatever Howard is getting out of continuing the show, you know, because again, it's all his goldfish brain proclivities, as we always say. Gary is just as addicted to staying on the show. He is well past retirement age. Like he should be retired by now.
60. He'll be 65.
Yeah.
Sometime this year.
Yeah. Like go live your best life.
My brother-in-law retired 10 years before that.
Right. Right. I mean, and that's the thing too, is Gary, you know, just kind of hit a cash cow for whatever he wants out of his life. He's made money, you know, and he doesn't have to work, you know, if he doesn't.
It just shows you this show, there's nothing to it. It shows you that it's not work, even in Gary's case. And he wants the fucking, you know, the perks you get he wants the access. He wants the tickets. He wants the celebrity access. He can't be away from it. It's the fame. Don't think for a second that fame isn't a drug for him. See, whatever level this is, whatever awful level of zealous fame the show has, he cannot part with it.
That's what I'm saying is, like, as much as we say, like, why isn't Howard retiring? He's so old. So is everybody else who's been there since the start, you know, and they, you know, what says they have to stay with the show? Not, you know, they probably negotiate their own contracts. Yeah.
Yeah, Andrew Jenkins says, yeah, the amount of satire and ball busting and goofing and defamation on Gary over the year,s how would you take this guy seriously working for him? Like if you just start, and that happens a lot. You start, I think that happened with Mehmet. Like I'm not taking Baba Booey seriously. I heard
I'm sorry. Yeah, I mean it's that's why people who aren't trying to be comedians on the air are the best at criticizing Gary, like Louise
Will Murray.
Yeah.
Louise the board op. Yep.
Those are the people that actually have the most memorable rants about Gary, because they're not trying to do the hacky, you know, making fun of Gary material.
By the way, Louis the board op, how much is he a dead ringer for Freddie Prinze Jr.?
Very much, yeah. He's very handsome. He's one of the more.
He sounds like him too.
Yeah, and one of the more handsome, like good look. Him and Jarrett, Tim's assistant, were like the Stern Show beefcakes. You know,
Gary didn't want to get bored. Oh, that's the Las Vegas thing with Nick DiPaolo, Barbara. I think you're talking about. And all he wants is the perks on Gary's job. Sal felt the same way. Yep, Crazy Robin. He also said he books on tape, skips chapters. So Gary isn't getting a full book.
See, if I was Gary and I didn't want people like coming down on me, I would just give Jason, Sal, Richard some of my perks occasionally. It's like you're getting so much. You're glomming so much off of Zos Rapin. You know, just spread the wealth, and then it's hush money at that point. Like, don't criticize me on the air. You know.
Sloppy seconds of a Steely Dan show at the National Coliseum.
It's not Bruce Springsteen. It's Drew Springsteen. You know,
a Springsteen tribute band. Yeah,
right,
there's some good ones. I'm sure there's a zillion of them right by now. My friend plays in a U2 tribute band.
Yeah, right.
In San Diego.
It's called A3, not U2.
Hello. Welcome, Rupert Pumpkin. Yucko the Clown's Gary impression is definitely the worst. You never thought it could get worse than Shuli or Fred or Jackie or Howard's impression of Gary. Yucko's actually takes it to a lower level. You're right.
Yeah, right.
Gary took all of the locks, right? Crazy Robin? I don't even think I'm Long Island, right? And Long Island's like the bagel capital of the United States.
Right.
I've never eaten lox in my life.
Really?
It just grosses me out. It's fish, right?
Yeah,
I can't deal with fish in the for breakfast like that on a bagel. It's just so, some things just gross you out. That's
when fair.
Nail polish grosses me out.
Yeah,
that grosses me out. I don't know what it is. I can't fathom. Or mustard on a hamburger grosses me out.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, I don't like mustard.
Ketchup on a hot dog grosses me out.
Interesting.
I'm very cookie cutter that way. I like mustard on hot dogs and hamburgers with
your regular John Hine. My God.
No, not. That's very avant-garde for him.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes, Rupert, the grueling 2-day, 6-hour schedule. Gary's really neutered by Howard. He forced him to share his office with Tracy, and then Marci Turk comes along. And now each time a broad comes along, Gary just must hate women because every time they come into his life, he's reduced.
Right.
I don't understand. What's Gary's living situation right now? Is he in Maine or not? Yes or not? He sold the Greenwich house, right? And New Canaan, and then moved to Maine. Where is he commuting out of? What exactly is his residence? I don't understand where he lives now.
Yeah, I must have been really checked out of the show. I didn't even realize he moved. I thought he lived, because on Gunk you guys did the real estate show where you showed I guess that was Gary's old house, the Connecticut house that had all the Mets stuff in it. Like so yeah, I don't know where Gary is now.
Jason's mom. Did we play Jason's mom on here? I do remember that, Barbara.
We didn't do I would love to do all the wedding talk. Jason's getting dressed down by Howard and Artie for spending too much on his wedding. That would be a fun show.
That's pretty good, definitely. Yeah. Original Missing in Action goes, you remember the late 90s tournament about Don Imus? Imus, the whole thing. Imus's show's way better than Howard's now. Yeah. Imus said his most boring, mumbling, fucking dry, drunk, Rob Bartlett AM worst is better than the current Howard show. Imus, did you know before Morning Joe, Imus was on MSNBC. They simulcast the entire show.
I have a vague memory of that. Yeah, I think that might have been during the era where he got Imus on the phone after Imus said Beth had herpes.
That is exactly right.
Right.
That was my dream for Howard. I never understood why the Stern Show couldn't fully be simulcast like that.
Right.
How could that have not been an offer from someone? I think it was, and I think Buchwald turned it down because there's too many skeleton twins secrets to be exposed when you let it run like that. He couldn't handle, like he's adjusting the wig or the private bathroom. He's got too much shit to hide, so they couldn't have it where the E people or the Howard TV people couldn't edit the things out.
Yeah, and I'm sure. I mean, didn't Scott DePace even allude to, like, all the hair part stuff that they noticed on the cutting room floor? And
it's all analyzing his fucking hair and the spray and Tony Coburn and the part. Yeah, absolutely.
So they
all about the hair.
They needed to be edited. I mean, it just can't. It can't go out. The 7-second delay for audio stuff is one thing, but the 7-second delay for visual stuff is a whole other thing.
Oh, it's more than that. It's 120 seconds.
Oh, wow. Okay.
When I was on hold with Howard, the first time I called in with the Baldwin brothers that I got on, and I was fully on hold, I couldn't believe the delay. It was 2 minutes. It wasn't 7 seconds. It was 2 minutes. That's how much, and I'm sure Chiasano put that in place so he could edit out whatever he feels like.
Yeah.
Dead air Daving it. I couldn't believe it. That was my first exposure to the fact that the Stern Show had a 2-minute delay.
I didn't realize that. Okay, interesting.
Gary's narcissism never approached Jackie's, and we all know that worked out for Jackie. I would rather have Jackie's life than
Jackie's more talented, and yeah, I've said this before, but like Jackie to me just seemed like he wanted to feel like he, as someone who was writing most of the funny material on that show, that he was financially reflected, but only for him to maintain his life as like a stoner beach bum. It's not like he was angling for anything more than that.
Do you think Jackie or Artie could have survived on this current iteration of the Marci Turk? You really think they would have eventually, something would have went down? They wouldn't have gone past another year or two. There's no way he would have went along with what that is. There's just no way.
And I also think that in a weird way, I don't think Jackie or Artie are as ambitious. And I'm saying that as a compliment. Like, it's annoying how sort of ambitious Howard is, where it's all carnival barker ambitions, Jackie and Artie, I think they recognize that they're funny guys. They recognize that they're a good second banana to add the color commentary, and they're perfectly content with just doing that for the rest of their lives, and I think it's respectable. They know where to draw the line, in terms of their ambition.
This is really creepy, David. We brought up Chris Noth before.
Yeah.
I looked down on my phone and a Chris Noth article alert comes on my phone.
God.
It's almost like
The surveillance technology on our phone.
It's so creepy.
Yeah.
It says the headlines: Chris Noth's wife has a 27-year age gap, and that's the article. So he's married to a woman who's 27 years. Tara Wilson, 44, from that's smart, a Canadian broad, Ontario, Canada, and she's an actress as well. 27 years there. How the fuck did that come on my phone?
That's
so creepy. I was thinking about this with Howard too before, and I was make the DL Hughley stuff. Every time there's something ambitious, that there's a prank call from someone, it's something memorable and you love, Howard's got nothing to do with it. He must have done maybe 4 or 5 decent things that resemble pranks in his entire career. Every time you remember something, it comes from somebody else on the show, but he gets all the money. The carnival market.
That famous like Peter Jennings clip that Howard had.
Yeah, that's a caller, right? That's a caller. That's not him, and he takes credit for it. He monetizes it, and he takes credit. Captain Jenks. Howard's got nothing to do with that.
Right, it's
nothing to do with it.
It's like Robert Iger taking credit for the artistry of a Disney movie, and it's like you're just the bank. You're just the bank that like gave them the money to make the thing. You know, it's. You exhibited no talent, you know, in getting that thing to market, you know.
Gary, were you aware that you do that?
I think this is mostly Jason's grievance, but I guess
Oh, thank you, Rupert. So Gary turns 65 in March.
Oh, jeez.
God, that's crazy thinking of him as 65.
You know.
Steph stays on as unemployable. That's it. What?
Do we know, are his kids, either one of them married or have kids? Like, is he a grandfather now? Or I guess Jackson just got married. Oh, okay. I didn't realize that.
So it could be coming anytime soon.
Yeah.
The trajectory is, you might as well. I mean, he's certainly easily grandfather age.
Yeah, no, it's just funny. Like, as you say, like it's weird to think about him at this age. Like Howard, because he's older, I've always thought of him as older.
Howard always seemed old. I know. Gary never seemed old. Him at 65 is really weird. The weirdest thing I saw was we discovered that Johnny Depp today is the same age as Ray Stern in the Channel 9 clip that we played. And you put them side by side, and she's like this. You look at she should be in an assisted living facility, but she's the same age Depp is now.
Yeah.
Old Spice Tiger Claw. What a name that is. Oh my God. Goldstein is a teacher somewhere, according to Reddit. Okay. Metallica complaining.
You mentioned it to me before.
Well, I'm here.
But why brag about like you have to go to Napa and you don't know where you're going to drop?
The locks conversation got Cindy Clausen out of hiding. As soon as we talked about locks, there she is. Welcome, Cindy.
We just have to say locks 3 times and she appears like Beetlejuice. Right.
Mustard on hamburger is a Southern thing. I first encountered when visiting. Yeah, I saw it in Kentucky in Murray State. And like, what are you doing? What do you do? It's like a staple too. You have to ask for it to not be on. Yeah, that's the according to Richie Wilson, Barbara. Gary did ask that. He goes, "Do I have to report to Marci too?" That was at the Pelican Brief.
As humiliating as that is to be passed over, to be, kind of demoted in that way, I honestly think Gary is such a man-child that he doesn't even care as long as the perks dry up. I don't think he is embarrassed about being demoted in place of Marci. I think as long as he's got the connections to glom off the tickets and the voting rights at the Rock Hall and all that stuff, I think he's happy as a clam. Is my opinion.
I agree. I thought his dream job would have been when he auditioned for the MTV VJ. Like that's what he really wanted to do his whole life. Yeah. He just wants to talk about top 50 pop music. That's all he really wants in his life. That is his passion.
He's got, and the concession is you got the wrap-up show to do whatever you want. And frankly, talk about your Gary Dell'Abate proclivities, because at least you're not talking about the inside workings of the show. You know,
Yep.
in Howard's eyes, it's great that Gary can just like, you know, jerk off about his fetishes.
Gary wanted to be John Norris, or you know, what's his name from any of those VJs. Kurt Loder, more of like the VJs that kind of lasted forever and ever. John Norris would be a really good one because I think he thinks he's a music journalist. Yeah, Chubby, I agree with this. The home renovations have so wasted much money. Gary and Artie's renovations they did, and to lose, I know what a dumbass. If you did that, David, right? You're just like, I'm not selling this. All that thought I put into, all the times I'm not selling this shit. My stamp's all over it.
Well, and especially again the Zillow pictures of Gary's house in particular, you see how much of, first of all, it's all Gary's personality and none of Mary.
Yeah,
you know. So I don't know. I mean, and at that point, it's like, are you just getting older and you feel like you need to downsize, or? But I don't know. Why?
That's such a cliche. I'm so sick of people doing that. Like, what? Why?
Yeah.
Why? What do you do? Are you giving the money to Jackson and Luke? Like, what do you need to downsize? Does he think I'm retiring, so I'm going to live off? I don't know. I bet you his house sold in that area. It had to be at least $3 million.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure it is. Yeah. But I mean, how accessible? I mean, I guess Gary doesn't have to come into Manhattan to do anything, or does he have to show up at Sirius?
I don't understand what his fucking schedule is. There's no reason for him to be there. I really don't imagine. I can't imagine whatever the hell he does can't be done at home. Just returning phone calls and schmoozing people, and I have no idea what he probably just needs to keep an eye on people they don't trust or something. I don't know. Yeah. What's Marci for?
Right.
Yeah, but right. It went to Fox Business after that. It went from Imus' show. Went from MSNBC to Fox Business. Imus is a guy that he has a deal with the devil too. Like they would just constantly throw these deals. He had I mean, Howard's right. He has no ratings at all. Like, horrible listenership. But he has a demographic that's this sort of like as that Connecticut area, that sort of upper crust elitist golf crowd, Southport, Connecticut. I don't know why. Could have had Jackie make the money with Howard at all accounts. That's true, Tonecott. Go ahead, Debbie. I'm sorry.
I was going to say, I mean, you always talk about, I know we've talked about this a million times, but the reason I think Frasier got the spinoff of Cheers, even though he was like 10th on the call sheet, is because by the 90s, NBC was interested in advertising to rich, you know, waspy, high income demographic type of demographic, you know.
Well, they want. Have you ever watched golf on TV?
Only when my dad was watching it, but not really.
Just if you get a chance, if you see it on, just watch the commercials.
Oh, I bet it's fascinating.
You'll see the fucking upper crust Mar-a-Lago fucking crowd commercials they run. White elitist males over 60 or something.
None of the depression medication commercials for the plebeians who
no
hate their fucking jobs.
You're so right. The fucking, oh my god, the pharmaceutical commercials now are 80% of commercials on TV are pharmaceutical. It is unbelievable, the names. I write them down. Actually, I have a text thread to myself every time. I'm going to read it right now.
I love that.
I think it's here. I'm just going to rattle off like 10 of them.
Talk to your doctor about Qualcomm today.
Qualcomm, that's a fucking media company.
I know.
Come on. Just scroll. I'll continue with this. Let me just play this one.
The long conversation with yourself.
Sometimes I'm just, I don't know. I do talk a lot about stuff.
Right, but sometimes you got to be.
A lot of stuff that isn't bragging too, in all fairness.
But I think you got to be aware of who your audience is. That's
Jason's been kicked out of the club.
All right, you can't listen anymore.
Oh, it's poor Jason.
Yes.
Oh, I don't know. It's like, I got to go to L.A. with Jackson, but then I got to go to Napa to the wine festival. I'm like, all right, Gary, calm down. I'm sorry you have all these rich white guy problems.
Right.
Yeah.
Do you think Gary creates reasons to go to L.A.? Not to cheat on Mary with Melissa, but He's
Right.
trying to network himself to anything. It just give me, and then he contacts Kimmel and does the Kimmel show. Like Jackson's like, no, Dad, I'm good. Stay home. I'm good. He goes, no, Jackson, I got to come out there and I'll probably go to Kimmel. No, Dad, I'm good. Seriously, you don't need to come out here. He's running to LA all the time for a guy that works on you wouldn't be doing. It's so bizarre.
It's funny when your star fucking affects your children now. Like, you know,
yeah.
It cramps your children's style when they're trying to maintain some semblance of a career in this town. Yeah.
Scott was also another one. I don't think Scott made it here today because of the snow, but he emailed me his complaints about Gary.
What's his complaint?
Oh, he mailed in his complaints and says he couldn't be here. Oh, that's great.
Yeah, I'm with Gary. I don't think Scott gets to complain about Gary's birthday. If he's not here today, he cannot complain.
Oh, my goodness. That takes the cake.
What was Scott's complaint? I'm just curious.
That's so Scott.
Yeah, he's not here.
Oh, Scott's still on the show.
Scott is the only.
These are Scott's last days. Okay, so I found some of them, David. So I wrote this down. This is one episode of Nicole Wallace's show. Leqembi, Dupexant, Quilipida. This is all in the same couple of hours. Give me more. I have lyrics right now. Christmas lyrics. Dupexant, Sky Rizzy, Co-Benefy. Come on. All right, let me play this.
Only employee who did not make it in. He's the only one.
Nukala, Kabunuva, Voza, Dupec, Ultimiris, Rapatha, Vraylar, Keytruda, and Monjero, all in the same 2-hour block of Nicole Wallace's show on MSNBC.
Good God.
Listen, every one of
I heard this thing, and maybe you good people in the chat, and I have to prove anything to you people, that 90% of the pharmaceutical budget is spent on. So the money you spend, why it's so expensive, is advertising. 90% of the pharmaceutical budget is spent on advertising. That's why it's so expensive.
I like that. Yeah, I agree.
It was like a Michael Moore type of research in it, as to what happens with that. Sports journalism, Sarah.
Contingency plan today. Every one of us, even people like we found out late yesterday that every subway in New York that goes above ground isn't going to run. So people who live close came into Manhattan.
Right, they stayed overnight.
Actually, I never see Scott in the morning. Maybe he's here, but I don't think he is.
Oh, well.
Do you think this laid it on thick to get Scott fired? This segment, kind of.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to remember
in Marci's head.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I mean, did we get a final ruling on if Shuli quit or if he was fired? Like he quit, right?
Shuli, combination of both. I think he was downsized to where he didn't have benefits anymore, so they were almost forcing him out, and his salary was being reduced. And he sort of said, "Well, why don't I just go to Alabama?" Another rumors was that he was cheating on his wife, and he told his wife, "I will get out of this cesspool and go to some, and so I'm not around this toxic environment anymore, and we'll go to Alabama." So all those things together, they cut his benefits off.
Yeah, because I'm trying to remember, I sincerely have not listened to the current show except through at the time Radio Gunk in a long time. So I'm just trying to think if Shuli's final days, were they kind of harassing him and criticizing him in a way where it's like, God, you're really not working out for the show anymore.
Well, you'll hear that in this, because I have a fight with him and Gary, which says a lot.
Perfect.
Yeah, mugshot. Yes, eggs and ketchup makes me throw up. Not just to get the look of it. Yeah. The actual optics of it makes me throw up. Let alone I'm not going to even eat it. That's not a shot in hell. But the look of it makes me throw up.
Right.
I hate it that much.
No, I agree. That is disgusting. Yeah. No, but they've done that before. Like I remember it's such an obscure clip and I couldn't tell you where it is, but maybe a month before Jackie quit, Howard said something to the effect of Jackie's almost off the show, as a joke. and then he actually quit. You know, so
it's almost like forcing a divorce, the way Howard did with Allison.
Right. I mean, it's the treating people, it's treating your partner shitty so they make the move to break up with you, so you don't have to get the balls to do it yourself. Right.
Howard would let Gary work from home, and now he needs to control him. Yeah, I know. It's the show is so unimportant. Nobody needs to be there in person. It's so bad. There's nothing hands-on about this show.
And to the show's, I mean, there's so many things that are to the show's detriment, but you know, one of the things that I think makes humans disconnect from a show is if everybody who works on it isn't in the same physical space. It's not just that you're talking. The fun of the Stern Show was that Gary could run in from his office to defend himself, and Ganji's got the camera on him walking into the studio. You know, there is sort of there's
nothing spontaneous about the show anymore, so that's all gone. You're never going to get the randomness of what he would consider a reality show. Everything is so rote, so
well, and it's also just
you'll never get that.
And it's also disjointed by the fact that no one's in the same physical space. So even though it's a radio show, and even if you don't watch like the E! Show, you did get a sense of like, you know, Howard's trashing Gary, and it's like, in my mind, it's like, oh, this will be okay. So I'm setting a timer in my mind 2 minutes before Gary walks in, you know, because I know he's in the same physical space. And that's the theater of the mind thing that, you know, say what you will about it. It does make the show more engaging because you feel like you're imagining the place in your mind, even if you're just listening to it on radio. But if no one's in the same physical space, then it just feels like I'm just hearing a bunch of like radio voices out of sync with each other. I don't even know what the, you know, context for anything is.
Drink Savant goes, golf. It's pretentious commercials, of course. Real estate, high-end hotels, accounting firms. Yes. Price Waterhouse, right? And oh, those commercials are the worst. I mean, right? You get some fucking 38-year-old yuppie who, I'm an investor. I'm a financier. He's up in his. It's always we talked about this with the BMW commercials, which also fitted in. This white guy with glasses he doesn't need in a chalet in Colorado with his stupid laptop. Click, 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 NASDAQ, click, click, click. That guy. And then the wife is like an 8. You know, she's 3 years younger than him. They have the perfect Bernese dog, as I think Barbara DeRuss said. And the BMW pulls up, and there's just enough snow for the car to actually drive, and no one's around them. Those commercials make you put a 22 in your mouth.
Right. It's our generation's Cotton Dockers commercials.
Yes.
Right. Yeah.
Those Dockers commercials.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Well, let's hope what you said is true, because it's so Scott.
What they do now, Rupert, with the side effects is they put every single side effect ever known to mankind, and we're covered. Oh, we told you, you either could be nauseous or you're not going to get nauseous. You'll gain weight, you'll lose weight. They put every single side effect so they're covered. You can't get sued.
If I could amend your all the money goes to advertising. Specifically, it goes to the time spent listing side effects. Is what I think it is. It's not even the good things.
Yeah, it's in the tiniest font print at the bottom of the screen. Yeah. Side effects: dying, internal bleeding, vomiting. Ask your doctor. Dying while you're driving. Yeah. Coma comedian. Bison Daily, right? Brian Williams. We need Brian Williams to come back and host, David. How about how about that Brian Williams hosts at 11 o'clock?
Right.
It's not Sal's birthday, but I do want to make a comment about him. He knows every time that we have a snow day, you're supposed to pack a bag that because we do get hotel rooms so that everyone can stay in.
There's no we. You're not coming in. You're not getting the same. There's no we. You're not part of this. You're completely elevated, out of touch. You don't have to deal with any of this shit.
Right.
There's no we.
White man.
It's unbelievable how he thinks. We don't know how like patronizing that is to the audience. How he's just one of the guys.
Yeah, like Howard's gonna stay in the same Ramada Inn as Jason and Will if there's a snow day. Yeah.
Artie loves a good La Quinta Inn reference. Sky Rizzy, It's like superhero names or supervillain names. Sky Rizzy.
Yeah.
They're like creating these names. It's just like it sounds like supervillain names. But what is the Bottle Rock Festival in Northern California? Oh, I don't know, Rupert. Anything where there's freebies. It's probably a paid appearance for all we know. Why does Gary even have to tell Howard what's a paid appearance?
Yeah.
Is he afraid he'll get ratted on? Just do it and don't tell him.
Oh, so I'm looking at the Bottle Rock lineup for May of 2026.
Oh, it's like a fucking Coachella.
It's in Napa. It's in Napa Valley, so it's like
okay.
Tree. But it's like Foo Fighters, Lord, Lil Wayne, LCD Sound System, Zed, Backstreet Boys. It's like the biggest.
Gary, no matter how many concerts you go to, you're not musically inclined. You have no talent. No matter how many sporting events you go to, you have no athletic ability. It's like the more he goes to that thing, the less he actually can do those things.
Exactly.
It's like he makes me not want to go to events. He's so ridiculous. It's just to brag. It's like saving ticket stubs, and it makes me not want to go to those things. The more Gary goes to concerts, the less I want to go to them.
Yeah, agreed.
Every time he says, "Oh, I didn't bring a bag,"
Sky
and then he goes all the way back home to Long Island, comes all the way back in. It takes him 3 or 4 hours minimum.
The point, he doesn't drive, so he takes the Long Island Railroad both ways, which is probably, I would guess, by the time.
Oh, perfect. CBS, CBS, and the geriatric shows. Yes, yeah. It's all fucking drug ads meant to make older people feel really insecure and terrified. That's exactly right. Let's make a deal. You said, David, you had me DVR Let's Make a Deal for Wayne Brady for 2 weeks in a row.
Look, I know I requested Stranger Things. I need Let's Make a Deal episodes now.
I got to get you the rest of... Yeah, I got to get you the rest of them.
Yeah.
Thank you for reminding me. You people, that's right, Josh.
I do love when you get defensive with the chat.
God, I'm sorry.
No, I love when you get defensive with the chat. You're so pleasant with them, but then occasionally it's like, I don't care what you people think, So funny.
How does one take you people the right way? There's just no good way to say that.
I know I do love the, Arm is a great guy, but when he turns fast and hard.
Gets back, it's a 4 to 5 hour round trip.
Yeah, I mean, that makes no sense to me.
Well, he's crazy. He claims he.
Oh, I didn't know that was about that Kids in the Hall movie was about that. Tone Cott, thank you. Pharmaceutical Corporation created a marketing and After Effects. I didn't know that Brain Candy was about that.
I didn't either.
He didn't get an email because some people at the company got an email saying, hey, the snow's coming. But dude, turn on the TV.
He knows the snow's coming.
I mean, it's ridiculous. It was all that was on TV all weekend was Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday are going to be shows.
Yeah, what was his plan? To go all the way home and you get a bag and then come all the way back in?
You have to ask him. I mean, that's a 4-hour round trip in the middle of the afternoon.
What does he need?
Hey, I'm here.
There's Scott. Oh, did you have a right to
Scott
complain?
is here.
Can you pause it for a second?
Yeah, so Scott he's on his way out. You could feel it. They're all ganging up on this poor guy. He went back and forth to Long Island to get, so what?
Well, and I wonder if Robin Salem is sick at this point too. That's the other thing. It's like
she's got to be.
So
she passes away a little bit after this.
So if I'm fucking late, you'll forgive me. My wife is dying currently. I'm sorry if I can't be on time for this bullshit.
Oh, he can't tell Howard. He's not allowed to tell Howard this at the same time. So he can't even divulge his darkest days and darkest moments because he's not allowed to. Per them,
But I'm sure off the air, Howard knows that Robin is sick.
Apparently not. Oh, really? If he doesn't, he's pretending he doesn't know, which he's really good at doing.
Right, but that's what I'm saying is like I'm sure they know off the air, but they're just not airing it on the show in the same way that Robin Quivers when she was sick. Like they did not discuss it, but they, everybody kind of knew what was going on. I have to imagine Scott would have told them what was going, or told Gary at least, what was going on.
Nurse Klassen says, all these advertisements for expensive brand name meds, migraines, inflammatory arthritis, and psoriasis. It really is true. Every fucking, I'm like, how many people have psoriasis? It's like every third commercial. It's unbelievable how much they spend on that shit.
If you're aging, tough. We have nothing for you.
Remember Howard planted a story, AJ Benza trashing Billy West, claiming he's unaware of the. Oh yeah, that's good, Rupert.
Yeah.
Oh shit, that's right. And Billy could have come with him. Oh god, there's also the story about Tom Chisano. Howard said that it was Tom's fault that Billy couldn't get this little pittance of a raise, but it was Howard that sets the prices. They all knew that, and Jackie let that out of the bag.
Yeah.
Oh, what a fucking scumbag he is, and Buck Wall, of course.
Yeah.
In here. Oh boy, he kicked your ass. Who thought Scott was in here? Why do people think Scott's not here? That's even scarier.
Well, because I was told yesterday when I was kind of going the rounds.
I know. Why do people think you're not here? That's what I'm afraid of. You know, you made it in. I thought you took a bowling day.
Howard, Scott's not here. I think that's Sal on the Squawk Box.
No, Howard, a bowling day is your every day.
Yeah.
You take the bowling day every day. That's what you call Monday, Wednesday, Tuesday. You're the one with the bowling alley. You took a bowling day. Isn't it amazing how he still pulls this shit? You have the bowling alley.
Yeah, and like to making fun of Scott for his bowling was like a leading thing to pick at him at, and then Howard turns around and is like, I need a bowling alley. Like, how many rich people actually get a bowling alley in their mansion? I can't imagine it's that many.
It's probably Beth.
Yeah.
Go, wouldn't it be fun, honey, to have a bowling lane?
Right.
I was watching the Atlanta Housewives show. That guy, barely 7 figures, guy at a bowl. It's not that, if he can do it, I'm sure a billionaire, it's nothing to him.
I'm not even saying the money. I'm just saying it's so tacky. It's just like
that's what he is. The whole basement's the stupid guitars hanging up. He doesn't have taste.
No,
he's a poser. He has nothing he's passionate about. He's not even passionate about radio, for Christ's sake.
Yeah, I mean, but because the attacking Scott for being into bowling, I always took as a slight sort of like, look how working class you are kind of thing, and then he turns around and gets an ironic bowling alley in his mansion.
I know.
Oh,
you just thought that was Scott?
He's passionate about swarthy twink boys. That's what Howard's passion is. If I had to list the first thing, being anorexic, not eating, and twink boys. Yep, being a voyeur. I will play Gary's first pitch next, cleaning out the computer, Josh, which could be next week. Not the one There's one before that from 2004 that nobody talks about. He actually had a first pitch, which is as bad as the one everyone knows. And I have that. I made a video out of it. It's actually on my it's on my Patreon. I connected it to the other one, so people knew. Bobby the Brennan. There's wrestling. It's wrestling, David. It is Albany and Sable High School. Yep. That's what Brendan's going to throw at you.
I need to go through past shows and collect all the names that have been mentioned from Sable High School and throw them back
I think
at Brendan.
Bon Jovial would do that. I think he would. This Sunday night, the whole Northeast is going to be snowed in, so I hope they all have a motel room. I know. Why even bother? See, that's how stupid this show is, Barbara.
Yeah.
This show is so meaningless. They're on twice a week now. You could easily just move it to some other, but nope. It fucks with. He has this whole thing laid out. He doesn't care what happens to the staff. He doesn't have to deal with it. He's in 2 mansions, and he's in Florida, and it's going to be that horrible staff that has to worry about it.
But I guess my before we stopped, I was going to ask, like, what other business is like, making you come in for a snow day if you work in the city and you're coming from Connecticut or whatever, that they would put you up in a hotel room? Wouldn't they just say, no, stay home and work from home in 2017?
Stay home and work from home.
We have computers. Yeah, right.
Look at how stupid his show is. Why does anybody need to be there?
Yeah.
It's the stupidest show in the world. You're not going to get a guest. Because he can't trifle with that schedule. He cannot alter that for anybody. When you're that self-absorbed and narcissistic and malignant narcissist, you're only ever going to think, even in a snowstorm, even the whole Hurricane Sandy thing should just tell you everything what Howard really is.
Oh, that was insane. That
insane.
That was insanity. Yeah.
Howard, Johnny Rando. Howard plays dumb so well. He's actually convinced me. I mean, he really is. if he has one skill, it is playing stupid and that not knowing and then selling the lie. Really, just a serial liar, as most sociopaths are. He really is just reflexively lies on command. I don't believe anything he says anymore.
Yeah.
I was so excited. I was like, wow, Scott showed you all.
We got an email at 6:34 this morning that Scott would not be coming.
I can't make it in. I'm
6:34.
Yeah, I'm making a snow angel.
You know, at 6:34,
right?
He must have tried.
No,
I
have a plan B. It's called kicking back.
Robin, I see it totally different. I think Scott woke up at 6:34.
Where are you doing the show from, Robin? What's your commute like now?
Yeah.
Isn't it amazing? And you know Scott could throw these, and he's afraid to hit back. He's got all the stuff, Robin's cancer lie, and the whole thing, and what mansion Howard's doing it from, and Howard's bowling alley, and he can't hit back.
Or even come back with his own personal situation of like, hey, you fucking assholes, my wife has cancer.
That would have been great.
You know, also we're hearing the final hacky Scott impressions ever broadcast on the show.
This
That's
is like
cool.
one of the last times ever.
Yeah.
Thank you, Josh. He goes, the Patreon's truly excellent. The best value in social media. Thank you, Josh. We just finished. Sarah and I did the bulk of the last 90210 commentary.
Nice.
Season 2, episode 7, the camping trip. And I have to add the I hear you into videotape segment. I found Luke Perry on Howard in '99 where he shits on Howard makes him shit on Aaron Spelling's hiding the money from the cat.
Yes, right.
And Fran Drescher's husband, who came out of the closet, Peter Jacobson, who's a golfer too from Oregon.
Yeah.
The only reason I know that is because he was a Trailblazer fan. Is the name of her first husband. He de-Jewed himself and he calls himself Peter Marks in the episode. And he plays a horny newlywed who divulges and confides in teenagers about his sexual hangups. I didn't realize how creepy that is. Yeah, it's Fran Drescher's. He's the co-creator of The Nanny too.
Yeah, he was a pretty handsome guy back in the day. I mean, he's had. Thank you. No, but he's had a lot of plastic surgery lately, like because he and Fran are still like BFFs. I think he was there when she and her friend were sexually assaulted too.
Yep. He came on Howard once. He came in. I had that.
Oh,
we
okay.
went over the video in that Fran Drescher show we did.
That's right.
Yeah, Tatatu. That's really funny. The entire Stern show. They should just call the show the non-essential employee show. Right?
So true.
That is the name of the show, the non-essential employee show.
Yeah.
All 90 of them. Exactly.
I'm being facetious because there's no way he could have made it here on time.
I apologize, by the way. I had the time wrong. He let us know at 6:04.
Okay, 6:04.
Even better.
All right.
Anyway, he
Gary on his birthday.
I like Gary very much, but I will say this quick story. A guest on the show enjoyed her interview so much once that she sent the office bagels, cream cheese, and lox, enough for everyone to have some, and Gary immediately took all the lox home with him. More than any one person would even enjoy. I imagine some of it got thrown out because there was that much lox. It was just that important that he got it and no one else.
Is that true?
Happy birthday, Gary.
Gary, did you take home all the lox?
I have zero recollection of it. I mean, I don't think I would take home a lot because it just doesn't last long.
You remember all the staffers about Gary's steel trap memory, except when it's something about him doing something negative.
It's a convenient steel trap memory. Yeah.
Yes, he doesn't remember this. And Grillo and John saying his move is Gary's got to move. Gary does this move.
His
where
rap
he does this rap. He comes in with his rap. He conveniently forgets things that make him look bad and then tells Howard about the other, and then makes up stories about the other staffers to really sandbag them. So you can't do a Jason Kaplan and take his job.
Yeah.
Because I think they all felt he was so susceptible to taking his job.
Yeah, he's a shrewd little Iago. Yeah.
Right into it here. Iago, backstab, yes.
I know he loves locks.
He loves locks, and
locks.
Yeah, but I mean, if it's sent to the show, you can't take it all home for yourself.
How do you split up locks?
So I can't say whether he took all the locks, like this one person can, but it was sent pre-packaged, like when you get it at the supermarket.
Yeah, and you're supposed to
he
open it
just
and
took
share.
the package.
And I know there was a couple packages that ended up in Gary's fridge in the office.
Ay. Hey, what do you say for next year for Gary's birthday? We just throw him out a window.
We always say that Gary would make a better Jew than Italian. Hoarding locks, he couldn't be more in that category, right?
Hit him with sticks.
Like we will say Ronnie and Gary should switch ethnicities. Like Ronnie should be the Italian and Gary should be the Jew.
Yeah.
Like a pinata.
By the way, Mindy Kaling sent us that. Thank you, Mindy.
Thank you, Mindy.
And Gary thanks you. Wow. Gary, that's not a good one.
I think about that too, Sky Spectre. All the times we were duped. What a horrible human being Howard is. If we knew this stuff, as with the Billy, if that Billy West stuff leaked out back then,
yeah.
Oh my God, you'd have people fucking bailing on the.
What's tricky about being deprogrammed as a Stern fan, because I've tried to get my mom to, and my mom is not like she's not a super fan, but I think it's just Howard's show has been a presence in her life since the early 90s, and you really do have to kind of go through a lot of material to see that it's not just a bunch of isolated incidents of him being a complete douchebag,
Yep.
So it's hard to convince people if they're not willing to kind of sit there and just see all the evidence that you and everyone else who does this type of show has amassed over the years,
Yeah, and you gotta equate it to his real life, what you know about his personal life at the same time, and eventually you put two and two together. It started to hit me like a hurricane during the early Sirius years, with blowing off Gary's dinner party and the Gary's father. It's always Gary's father's funeral. That stuff. That to me was, that's the real guy. That's the real guy.
Yeah, definitely.
That was like, okay, we're dealing with, not just a malignant narcissist, which kind of overuse that word, but that's what he is. I mean, he's the very definition of, he's a sociopath and the very highest form of elitist that is unrelatable to any. I mean, I always said, he makes Michael Jackson look like Tim Allen. I think Michael Jackson is more relatable than Howard is. I'm not kidding. I think he is almost more accessible to human beings.
Yeah, I mean, there's to kind of add to that in a serious way, there's like B-roll of Michael Jackson, like having fun with making jokes to the camera crew about how much he hates like doing interviews and stuff, and it's kind of endearing, I mean,
and that's way more than Howard would ever.
That's way more personality that one can exhibit, in the B-roll footage. Yeah.
I didn't like that after already had some mental breakdown. They never talked about him, and they just acted like he was never there, never quite right. And he goes, Brett here goes, you don't believe Howard is a fool? No, God, Brett. I mean, we've been floating that wig theory for 11 years now. I mean, more than that, 15 years.
That's part of the bedrock of this show is we don't believe
I think so too.
Got his
I
own
would
hair.
just talk about his hair like that could be the whole show. Like every episode is just his hair. I find something new every time. I
can't take the locks home for yourself. That's like why not?
That's like a bingey thing. We just went through that.
Yeah, you got to share.
I really don't remember, but maybe the basket had many things in it, and maybe that was one of the things I took.
Yeah, Gary only.
That's a good theory, Tata Toothy. The next Robin funeral, what will Beth think of to get Howard out of that? That's very interesting.
God, honestly.
Brendan's like, Trump was right. Stern is a broken weirdo. Yeah, Trump had that. Was it a tweet? Yeah, it was like a perfect psychoanalysis assessment of modern day Howard. It was like perfect.
Takes one to know one.
Yep. But I mean, it was just like, but again, he was the most prolific guest. And I don't know. It really sounds like he actually authored that tweet. It was perfect analysis of him. And it does take one to know one. But Trump is many things. Howard is not. So you talk about Trump is, as the president, is far more accessible to humans than Howard is, like by a mile.
Yeah.
Benji stealing bagels in an earlier segment. Oh, okay. I remember that, Quitter.
Like I took the whole basket.
He took one thing. The locks.
Took one thing.
I get so sick of this show and the fucking the perks. They just like the cupcakes and they're eating 10 meals here. The food and why is a radio show so obsessed and consumed with fucking food fights all the time? It's a radio show. Why are you eating on the air?
Right, and it's also always like shitty craft services, baked goods.
Yeah,
stuff.
like bagels and cupcakes, and I'm so sick of them.
So many carbs, and I mean, I'm not trying to be like a diet food shaming person, but it is weird that it's always like something that a group of middle schoolers would request at their sleepover party. Like we want pizzas and bagels for breakfast, Mom, and make sure you have that.
It's just, it's easy for them. Like it's not, it's right. Cheap. I mean, that stuff is, I make bagels every now and again, and it's really cheap.
I bet they kept Lisa G around long enough just for her baked goods. That's my theory,
Ben 4810 goes, it's amazing Howard can justify keeping the studio set up and compound within the series office real estate in that part of New York City appears to be $120 per square foot per month. I know. It is ironclad in that contract, Ben, and they have him over since 2004, and they have him over. They don't know. They have to break it all down, and it is such a waste. It is what you could not just the space, but his salary. You could have such a great and they fire people for him. They fire salespeople. They get rid of big radio shows that are far better than his. As there's nothing like this. Somebody on Reddit wrote this. I read this like a week ago or something. The guy wrote, "The Howard Stern Show is the sitcom nobody asked for, nobody's looking for, that will never get canceled despite having no viewership, no ratings, no demand." It's like, could you imagine a sitcom that ran this long? There's nothing this bad that runs this long.
The Ashton Kutcher years of 2.5 Men, definitely.
Which is probably even that's better than this.
Yeah, I'll admit.
James Spader on The Office, and
right. Yes.
It's Cupcake Wednesday. I bet Chris Russo didn't get cupcakes. I know. And Chris Russo by himself doing a sports show is far more effort than all 90 people put together, and all he does is take sports phone calls, and it takes nothing. He doesn't need shit.
Go on the bagels.
Yeah,
he only took
and he's up there too. Russo's 60. I think he'll be 66 soon. That's interesting. WFAN's call letters.
You guys can have the bagels. I'm taking the lock.
Jason, how would you split up a package of locks?
But you open the locks and everyone shares it with the bagels.
You can leave it here. That's one way to split it.
You don't take it. What do you mean, how do you split it up? You open it.
You think that's Mary telling Gary to bring it home and he's stealing it for her?
No, I think Gary's a pig. I think he overeats. I think he eats as a stress coping mechanism, and he's full of himself and thinks that
it's a status thing. The locks are mine. I have seniority. I'm taking them all. Yeah.
Yeah, and he's a binge eater.
How do you split up the locks?
Oh
God, that is selfish. I'm gonna say that's wrong.
I'm going to say that next time I get a pizza. I'm like, guys, I don't know how to split it. It's all mine.
It's unbelievable, though, just like you're dealing with Howard, who's just so unrelatable. Like, none of this stuff registers to him. He doesn't eat the stuff. He doesn't share with other people. He is so removed from office protocol. Like, he has never dealt with this at all in his entire life. I mean, you go back to his 20s, he's never shared. He's never been in like an office pool or had, like bagel Wednesday. Or none of this stuff. He's just pretending that he knows what's going on. He's anorexic. He doesn't, in his 20s, he didn't do this stuff.
Right.
He doesn't understand commuting. He doesn't understand subways. Nothing they do he relates to.
Yeah, and if I was Gary, I'd be like, listen, I don't understand how you split up locks the same way you don't understand how you split up your salary, so all of us are paid better.
That's true too, Tati. Where does Marci come into play with the locks? She's involved in this somehow, and they can't bring her name up. It is so bizarre. It is so bizarre how they can't bring her name. That is the craziest. I was going to call Sam Roberts. You know who Sam Roberts is? He used to be Opie and Anthony's producer. He has this really shitty, boring ass radio show. He did it with Jim Norton for a while, and they got rid of both of them. He has a wrestling radio show. And I was going to call the radio show and just talk about Marci Turk. Like, I was going to force him to explain to me like what her schedule is, when he's seen her, and maybe bring up some little wrestling thing at the end. But I was going to do nothing but talk about Marci Turk, because he's desperate for phone calls.
Yeah.
And make him do it. And they couldn't. They wouldn't drop it. They wouldn't edit it, because he knows he's brought her up. He knows what she's doing there.
Yeah, I mean, I just wonder how with any of those because is his show on Sirius? Yeah, it's on Sirius.
Yeah, it's he hosts some stupid dilly-dally show. It's just about nothing, and then he hosts a wrestling show on their wrestling channel.
Okay. I just wonder how far they feel the reach of retribution from 112 Productions if they dare talk about stuff that's on their
don't care. He should have been fired years ago. I don't care what. I'm not concerned with his.
No, I agree. I agree with you. I'm just saying, like, from a Sam Roberts point of view, if he wants to keep his job, like, does he have a gag order? I don't think so. Because they brought her up on Opie and Anthony a few times. Oh, fair enough. Okay, so yeah, I don't know why he wouldn't. It's like if the cat's out of the bag,
And my name will be Arm, and I'll be like, "What does that mean?" And I'll say it's a wrestling name. It was modeled after. It was inspired by the NWA and blah blah blah. And it was my favorite. And I have to. That's a good opener.
Look at you with your Barbara Walters ingratiating interviewing technique.
And then I'll ask him if he's black, and I don't understand what his race is. He's supposedly like half black, and James Spader was my dad's friend in the 90s, says Andrew Jenkins.
Wow.
He's from Boston, right? Spader. My dad always talked about his wife's hairy legs, and they had lunch. I don't even know who he's married to.
Yeah.
Or Gary's comebacks. They're never good, Sarah, unless he gets really angry. You'll hear some good Gary comebacks after this against Shuli.
Yeah. Gary had one comeback that you can tell he thought of before and tried to like wait for a moment to dole it out when Eric the Midget wasn't getting his way, and Gary said, like, you don't have a leg to stand on, or something, some wordplay thing that I was like, all right, that's good, but you clearly thought of that a long time ago.
When Gary gets really angry, he gets good, like against like Yucko.
Yeah.
If you just, and that's anybody. Like, a lot of people get their best work when you're angry. Like, there's some of the greatest art and some of the greatest comedy. There's nothing funnier than someone really angry, right? That's what you gotta tap into that somehow.
And there is something about the anger that probably focuses him a little bit, where it's like that survival instinct of like, I got to get the heat off of me. So what's the most clear voiced way that I can get this person under the bus that I'm currently under,
Drink Savant goes, I listen a lot of O&A. I couldn't believe what happened to that show. They lose both the hosts, the namesakes, and then Sam Roberts is hosting a show with Jim Norton, and it's just like this. Who gives a shit? But it'd be like if Artie and Gary had a show and they replaced Howard. Like, Howard got fired, Robin got fired, and then Gary and Artie had a show. That's what that is. That's the Opie and Anthony equivalent to that.
It's the same. It's the same as like hearkening back to our Kathy Lee thing. It's like Regis and Kathy Lee, then it's Regis and Kelly, and then it's neither. It's like Kelly and Michael. It's like none of the original two names are in the thing.
My Ted DiBiase over here. Sarah says, ask Sam if he thinks The Rock will be at WrestleMania. I'll talk about Rocky Johnson. I'll talk about his dad. He's my favorite all-time wrestler. That's a good question, Sarah. You can get on the air very easily on Sam. Thank you, Quitter.
I love that Sarah has everybody's number about how to get get into their good graces.
Sam Roberts' ear cancer, the legacy of Opie and Anthony show, and I know he's baby talk too. He sounds like a little kid, he talks like he's almost got like a vocal fry, like a little baby talk. I think The Rock is going to be at WrestleMania 600. I think is that.
That's I always want my wrestling critique from Chicken Little. That's great.
Amen, Sarah. We need a resolution to the final boss story. James Spader played the best teen pop collar scumbag type. He really did. And I think he was 29. I think he's talking about Some Kind of Wonderful. I think that's what he's talking about.
Okay.
Or what is it?
Or Less Than Zero? Was he in Less Than Zero?
Was it Tough Turf or something?
Maybe. I need to brush up on the filmography.
James Spader in the 90s. So cute. Or ask Sam if CM Punk will defend his title against The Breaker. Stick to basic shit and Sam will eat it up. Sarah, write me out the script and I'll perform it. Peter Mavia. I hate Shuli's laugh so much.
Jason, I can't wait to go to dinner tonight.
Are they going to dinner
Are you guys
tonight?
going out to dinner tonight?
Yeah, it's Gary's birthday. We were out to dinner last night.
Sarah goes, he eats like you. Chicken fingers and fries every meal. I did have tater tots last night.
To emasculate you even more, she calls them chicken nuggies.
Nuggies.
Not even like a 5-year-old would say.
Like you're fucking nuts in a Speedo or something. Like I'm Carson Kressley in a fucking Speedo. That's a great Sam Roberts documentary. Oh, I think I saw that. Pork Leone. Yes, Quitter. He does great documentaries. Norton has one. They call him what do they call him? The Worm. The Worm is Turned. Oh, that's really good.
Don't come to my fucking birthday.
Am I invited? I think Shirley and I are gonna have to get dinner now.
I gotta be in the city on my birthday, and now I gotta be with Jason.
Okay, while we're doing that, let's go right to it because it's in the same kind of segment. Let's go to Gary. He can kind of take it from Jason, but he can't deal with Shuli goofing on him.
Yeah.
And this is Gary against Shuli in the same. I think it spills into the entire week. And you know what their week is, 2 days. So here we go. This is Gary against Shuli.
The entire 48 hours.
Shuli, then.
Why? What's his complaint about Gary?
Shuli's complaint is somewhat similar to mine, although I think he takes a harder edge, but I'll let Shuli
What's your
speak for
complaint,
himself.
Shuli? I didn't know Shuli had a complaint.
I don't think Shuli and Gary get along too well.
Is that right? What's your complaint?
I don't. But I might find out now that we don't, but I get along fine with it.
On Gary's birthday, what is your complaint?
I just, a little along the lines of, well, it's two things. One thing along the lines of what Jason brought up, where the stuff he does talk to us about in that office sometimes is so ridiculous, and it's just, for me, I noticed the weird like that. Like,
I mean, you would like to be the one going to Napa and having a...
It's not even a jealousy. It's just like, why would you bring this up? Like, who gives a shit? Like, he goes, I was in L.A. last week, and I used that Silver Car app, which is like Uber, but it's for nicer cars. It's fantastic.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting here going, who gives a shit?
You're trying to work.
I'm taking headphones off, going, huh? And I'm like,
what do you mean? You're sitting there with the headphones on, listening to the show, and he has to tell you that?
Well, he comes out, you know, and he
So you
just
think he's saying something important?
pontificates,
Right.
you know, and lets us
Yes.
know his thoughts.
Go ahead, David.
I'm sorry. Is this from the same show that we just listened to?
Yeah. Yeah. It kind of bleeds into it, and then it continues into the next
Shuli.
day or both days.
Okay, so is Shuli just straight up ripping off Jason's like premise of Gary hating? Okay.
Yes. He will do anything. And Gary goes into it. He will do anything to kind of glom on to what would get him airtime. And he does that fucking irritating Howard kiss ass laugh he does.
Yeah. Yes. Well,
Gary-
Shuli's also the master of pre-laughing at his material.
His own jokes. A la Dennis Miller.
Chewing the food before dropping it in Howard's beat. You know.
Miles Archer, welcome, sir. That's an interesting name. Love for VZ. Oh, these names. Welcome.
You are the king of interrupting with useless information. You come by and you do your stand-up act for me all morning long in the hopes that I will laugh and put you on the air.
No, it's not my stand-up act. It's
your
information.
stand-up
Gary just dressed him down magnificently. That is spot on.
Yeah.
What he just said. Listen to this Gary summation here. It's just perfect. Could you just see him back, in their fucking back office.
With useless information. You come by and you do your stand-up act for me all morning long in the hopes that I will laugh and put you on the air.
No, it's not my stand-up act. It's information. It's information.
Sure, Shuli, sure. Like, sure. Okay, that's
Hey, calm down, bully. It's information. Hey, bully, relax.
You come by with facts, and that's funny. But then you
paying the dues. He's paying the dues right now, Quitter. You're right. The dues payer, Miles Archer. Shuli is the ultimate fucking dick rider. Yes, I love what Josh throws in a dick rider. Always, Josh, you got to be good for one dick rider per show.
Absolutely.
I love it. There you go. Here they go. Here comes Crazy Robin in the fold. Jason's equals Shuli's and underling. Very true, Chubby.
Yeah.
That's what's going through. That's what Gary's getting angry about. This is an underling now.
come by with your observations, which you know you don't give to me.
Here's another observation. Gary has a spoon in his office that he hunks out chunks of peanut butter with.
Yeah.
And I've yet to see him wash the spoon other than stick it in his mouth and lick it clean and put it back in the cup.
That's 100% true.
The first part is true. The second part is not true. I clean it all the time. Shuli doesn't follow me everywhere.
There is somebody else in our office
an observation.
that pays attention to those sorts of things.
Yeah.
And, pays attention to what gets cleaned and what doesn't get cleaned around.
And who's that? Jason? Did you hear what Jason just said? There's a person who pays attention.
Somebody else.
Clean it all the time. Shuli doesn't follow me everywhere.
There is somebody else in our
That's
office.
an observation.
Yeah. So here comes a Marci Turk reference, everyone. Right. This is how it's laid out.
Somebody else in our office
an observation.
that pays attention to those sorts of things.
Yeah.
And, pays attention to what gets cleaned and what doesn't get cleaned around here.
Yeah.
And that spoon has not moved in months, I was told.
Now, Gary, that's disgusting.
Why on earth would you not say the name of the person unless it was Marci?
It would be funny if Jason slyly said, that spoon is not getting things done. To indicate that it's Marci.
God, Gary must hate her fucking guts.
Oh, yeah.
As far as giving him information to come in here to contribute, there are a lot of times where he doesn't even look at me. He's just staring at his computer screen, and then when I'm done talking, he just kind of he realizes the sound has stopped, and he looks up and he just smiles. He goes, uh-huh.
Shuli, I hear everything you say. When somebody comes to your office 17, 18 times a morning,
you
can't put you on every.
Maybe I have a lot.
I never realized how much Shuli had to sell his stories with his vocal intonation, where everything is like, I'm writing the way, you're never going to believe that he won't look at
everything's
me when
the craziest.
Yeah.
You know what he is? He's a fabulist, Debbie. Remember we brought up the word fabulist?
Yeah.
There's a lot of people, everything he does, all these crazy things happens to him, and he's observing it, but no one else.
Right.
He's a fabulist. And he lays it, and he's got to sell everything he does to you.
The big tidal waves of his vocal intonation have to, convince you you're never going to believe this story.
And then pre-digest laughs it in front.
Maybe I have a lot of information.
Gary, happy birthday.
Mazal tov, Gary.
Unbelievable. Gary's wife.
Gary, you throw story grenades in the office. Nobody's looking for them. You just toss.
I hate. And again, it could even be clever, and you don't care because it's Shuli saying it.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I completely agree with you, but that was like an Artie Lang delivery.
That's something Artie would say. Exactly something Artie would say.
Totally.
You're throwing anecdotal hand grenades at me.
In there and walk away.
And you do too, Shuli. You just walk into the middle of the office and start doing your act.
It's not my act, Gary. You wouldn't know. You've never seen my act.
Once you expose someone for doing that, you've taken all the piss out of them. You'll never take them serious again. It's almost I'm trying to think of what it could. It's something sweet. You'll always accuse him of doing that from here on in, and then you're hoping, if you're Gary and you're the people in the office that hate this, that it is giving Shuli some kind of complex, that people are onto him, that he's crowbarring his act onto you while he's speaking.
I would try to enable his paranoia as much as I could if I thought that you're clearly trying to egg me into a specific topic of conversation so you can do your tight five on it.
Yep.
And I notice it, and I want you to know that everyone is onto you, so that you stop doing it because it's disingenuous.
And he's holding court, and he's like,
I know.
I've actually done that Gotham show successfully.
What
The
I'm
opposite
saying
of
is you walk into the office and you start to tell your stories, hoping that somebody will go, "Oh, Shuli, that's great. You should do that on the air."
Not
really?
at all. I don't look for you. You think I go back?
That's exactly. Gary's been around this office ilk for so long. He's seen every type. Say what you will about Gary. He knows. He's seen everybody with their ploys to get on air and what they do and his ilk. And that's Gary's spot on with his analysis on that.
I will give Gary that he is probably a walking, encyclopedia of Stern fan, who come to work for the show. Every type of, whether it's your thinking man Stern fan or your Sal Governale type, and everything in
and
between.
He's got to have some contingency plan in the beginning when you hire someone like Shuli. He must have been speaking to other people like, okay, well, Shuli's going to turn into this. We hired a whack packer. And we have to reel him in because this is what potentially, obviously you knew that with Sal, right? It's going to go this way.
Right.
He's going to get way out of control with doing his Gary shit. And he thinks that, he could take shits in the office and
jerk off at work.
Right. Because he thinks if Howard's pleased with it, I can do whatever I want.
Yeah. The risk reward of hiring a deviant who on the one hand is going to get you maybe people listening in and thus ratings versus the risk of it where it's like they could jizz on someone at your workplace. That's an unusual.
I think Gary talks to Will Murray about who the biggest air whores are on the show, and they have red flags out for who they are, looking for it, waiting for it, and how to reel it, because they're all air whores. I mean, 90% of the staff are air whore. Benji, and they all have their ways to try to do it.
Definitely.
But I'm sure they have conversations about the level of air whore,
I can talk to them, and they're going to put me on the air. When I come to your office and talk to you, it's to contribute information to the show. And you're the gatekeeper. You're the toll booth guy. So it's your call to let me in. Them, I'm just having conversation with them. And I'm sorry if I'm naturally funny that you think it's my act.
There you go.
But you call yourself naturally funny. No one else is saying it.
Wow. Well, the birthday.
And someone like Shuli, who was really so irritatingly insecure, I'm a comic from one comic to that he thinks this show is a stepping stone to something greater. He, in his mind, the second he joined the show in 2005, he thought this was I'm going to use this as a stepping stone. I'm going to be the next Adam Sandler.
Yeah.
That he thought eventually, this will be beneath me and I'll outgrow it and I'll become as big as it and I'll just leave on my own accord. And
nothing reveals his lack of extemporaneous comedic abilities than the Hack Pack fight.
Yep, that's the best. Because that's on our Patreon. The full version.
And worth, I think, pulling out how many times he says whatever in response to Artie coming back at him. Like he doesn't even have a line prepared. It's just like he sulks and says whatever. Yeah, he does that maybe 10 times in the fight. It's embarrassing.
One of the great fights of all time. Artie's always, he's in the top 3 of the top 5.
This is some celebration.
Jerry, I got booked on Access because I'm a stand-up comic. You got booked on Access.
See, anyone has to remind you of that all the time isn't one. Has a huge insecurity about it.
Yeah, no, definitely.
How many times do you run around calling yourself a musician?
Right, never. I mean, I'd rather talk to. I mean, if I'm meeting new people, it's like it'll come up what do you do, and I'll tell them. But then it's like, let's get back to stuff that isn't about me.
The way he says I'm a comic on the show is saying the show's really beneath me. I'm not one of you. I've got this other thing that I'm driving towards, and I'm on a rocket ship to fame, and you're not.
Right. That's that probably being able to inexplicably do Artie's direct TV show probably contributed to that big head, that he was not one of them, that he was not contractually obligated to. And I wonder
I can't believe you remember that. That was the only time I saw someone on the show allowed to do an interview somewhere else.
Right.
Because none of as you know, none of them can do podcasts, start their own podcast, be a guest anywhere. And somehow he got the permission to do Artie's direct TV show, which was really strange.
Well, and it makes me wonder, like, was he the most underpaid person because he was basically an independent contractor and therefore wasn't beholden to the
it could be. It could be that he said the only thing I want, the only thing I'm asking for is you let me promote my stand-up. And right. I could almost see him and they're like, whatever, you stupid stand. All right, whatever. And they kind of like went along with it, you know, like I think
right.
And they made some concession, but he did one other thing besides Artie's show, but it was the only one from the staff that was able to do that.
Yeah,
and I know Andrew's right. They don't talk about the issues of the day. It's so bizarre how they avoid, like there could be another 9/11 while they're on the air, and they'd avoid it. You'd never know about it.
That's because you work for Howard Stern. It's a big difference.
What's your point?
My point is, if you're not going to accuse me of not being funny. Did you hear the audio we played of you?
I didn't say you weren't funny.
Are you mad that Gary took a comic's place at Gunk?
I know. Now he's Johnny Rando's like Shuli showed them all his subsequent success speaks for itself. And now he's got to explain to his wife, yeah, we moved to Alabama so I can rip off who are these podcasts who ripped off Red Bar and do a Stuttering John derivative, you know, pick at the dead carcass show. How could you possibly explain that? My motivation to move to Alabama was to do a knockoff show of Who Are These Podcasts, which is a knockoff show of Red Bar.
To talk about moments from a show that, I don't know.
Of a guy I didn't work with.
Right, exactly. By the way, those Gotham comedy spots are weird because some of them, the way they look, and I've heard maybe from Gary doing it that the audience is kind of paid to be, it's like a paid audience, and like sometimes it's like real comedians, like Norm Macdonald did one, but then it's like Gary is up there too. It's just a weird hodgepodge of like what is the point of this, you know? But,
I know, and I don't know what. There's a new venue that looks just like, I forget the Stand, I think it's called.
Okay.
No, because a lot of times the hosts that do that are not necessarily stand-up.
Right, they're there to
attract viewers.
So they're there to add the glamour.
Right.
Like Gary, okay.
He's arm candy.
Gary was a glamour booking.
Yeah. Of course. Well.
So now, like, the MCs get shit on now. Look, you're not a real comic. You might say the MC could be tougher. I've heard Gary do stand-up. I've heard Gary host stuff. He's way funnier he's certainly more likable. When he closed his own roast, he killed. He killed.
Definitely.
Anyone could deliver this shit. This isn't special. You're not special. Calling yourself. Anyone can call themselves a comedian. It's about the Riz and je ne sais quoi is everything, and you got none of it. People just don't like you. It doesn't matter what you write. It doesn't matter how many times you tell me you're a comic. It doesn't matter how hard you work. It doesn't matter how rooms you work. It doesn't matter what crowds you work. People just fucking hate you. You're just icky and creepy, and nobody likes that. You can't teach that in any comedy school. Sorry.
When I discovered Gunk, and the moment I knew I fell in love with you was when you said, "Your dreams, we want them to die. You should have never had them in the first place."
Yes. To quote Arm, who was Hawkman's nemesis from Chat-GPT. Fuck your dreams. We want them to die. Don't pursue your dreams. Nobody wants them but you.
Gary, this has backfired.
Don't pursue your dreams.
Shuli is still going around in the halls about Gary.
Really?
I guess he.
So this is the next day. You hear the edit?
Okay. Yeah.
So this is the next day.
Birthday's over.
Yeah, but what was Shuli's complaint about Gary? That Gary brags about all his little trips to California.
Right, he goes in and talks about how busy his month is going to be.
Right.
I'm sorry. I love that. That's how much Shuli doesn't make an impact comedically. Howard doesn't even remember what Shuli's grievance with Gary was. Yeah.
Shuli really thought sitting in the Artie chair during Hurricane Sandy was going to launch him to and he really thought that was it. Right. I got the Artie chair. I'm always going to be just a matter of time. I'm going to be in there every day.
He's got to go to Vegas, and he's got to do this.
That's true. Well said, Tatatuthi. Shuli's dreams are in fact our nightmares.
Shuli thought like the sitting in the chair during Hurricane Sandy. That it's like, oh my gosh, this is going to be in the Vice documentary about me in 30 years. You know?
That's how a delusional attention whore thinks, though, right? Yeah. You don't do that unless that's your mentality all the time. People like, oh, that's how you got to be tenacious. You got to be your tenacity is, again, Tatatuthi is our nightmare.
Then he's got to do that.
Yeah, but Shuli's still pissed. Why are you still pissed? Like, I mean, what's going on?
Howard, my complaint yesterday was one that Gary's gotten for over 30 years.
Howard's such a fucking so full of shit. He's such a damn. Like, he knows exactly what the problem is. He has a whole script in front of him. Yeah. What's the problem? What's going on, guys?
Talk to me, buddy.
Years.
Yeah.
And it was something that I reiterated 7 minutes after Jason brought up.
Right.
Gary has Jason's no problem with Jason whatsoever. The guy he bought dinner for the night before,
right?
That stabbed him in the back. He's got no problem.
There's actually when we do a back office radio show, there's some great stuff. Jason went after Shuli a few times during that, and it's kind of similar to what Gary does here. And he was rattled a few times. I think there's only 12 of them, but he goes after Shuli in about 3 of them pretty mightily.
Oh, so now your problem is he has a problem with you.
Oh, he's taking it out. And he said,
I got a problem with you.
Huh?
I got a problem with you. You're an annoyance.
Oh, I wasn't an annoyance. I wasn't an annoyance when you came to me and asked me if I wanted to help you write jokes for Gotham. I wasn't unfunny then, right?
Shuli,
no, but Gary, and then you say
you're a two-faced annoyance. Everybody in this office will talk about that. You come to me more than every other person combined every morning, and I do my best to help you out, and it's never enough. You're a greedy.
I'm a greedy. So Gary goes on Wrap Up yesterday, and he goes, "Now, I'm not going to threaten anybody because I would never do that."
Fucking impressions, but I can't stand it.
I know.
Like, is there anything worse than a derivative impression of a bad impression?
Yeah, that's so funny. God, that is a photocopy of a bad photocopy. Yeah.
Thank you, Barbara. Thank you. That's a great compliment. We're contemplating doing a halvesies with Stern and Depp in the same show. At least try it once in a while and see how it goes.
Yeah.
So like a 2.5 hours of Depp, 2.5 hours of Howard in the same show. Yeah. And like Hanna Barbera's World, just so Debbie could do the musical
theme music, yeah, and pull clips from Depp's Howard interview as the basis for the theme.
Oh yeah, yeah,
that's the way to do it.
How dumb is it for him to attack somebody who's in charge of getting him in studio?
Oh, think about that. How dumb is it?
No, it sounds like you did threaten me.
You can't attack the person that helps you.
But you did threaten me.
Yeah, Tatatuthi, that's a good point with you and Quitter. It's like Shuli's got to be like. It's even worse now. Like with all these streaming services giving out Netflix specials to some just complete anonymous, no name, unfunny, no talents, and Shuli still can't get traction on all these streaming services.
Yeah, I mean, that he's not even skilled enough to get into the position of like a Brendan Schaub, where it's like you're universally hated, but at least you're famous for being hated. You know?
Well, that's what he thought was going to come of this Dabbler-verse. I think he thought that was going to lead, or Kumia. He's trying to hitch his wagon to Kumia now as well at the same time. Could you see Shuli starting the Proud Boys?
You're saying you're not going to threaten me, and then you threaten
the Jewish chapter of the Proud Boys.
That is kind of weird in the sense that Shuli's helping me if he's got something.
Howard, and that's why I tolerate him.
I don't come to him. Howard, I don't come to him and I go, I'm working on an 8-minute bit. Tell me what you think. I come to him when you bring up something, and I think it can either help or coincide with what.
I really, Josh, Gary's pure hatred of Shuli's really coming through here. He rarely sounds like this.
This is also, in addition to stealing bits, he's stealing motivations. Like that's Sal's line of motivation, like as to why he pesters Gary. It's like, I'm trying to do it for the show. Like I'm coming to you with things that I think would be good for the show. That was Sal in 2005, you know.
How about this full circle, David? Jackson Dell'Abate could now hook Shuli up with a Netflix special.
God, that would be the ultimate form of supplication for Shuli. Yeah.
you're talking about.
Can I come in?
I like you better on this thing, but
Can I be in charge of whether he comes in or not?
Yeah, you can throw
Gary,
him out.
sit there.
The real Blue Marlin has something very poetically well said. He goes, the Stern career suppressor is really what this. It's unmatched.
Yeah.
He kills careers very silently. Nothing ever happens. Nobody ever advances. Occasionally there's an exception, like Einzinger and Billy West, but it's you're talking about 2 versus 50.
It's true. Yeah. Any association with the Stern Show is like a gas leak in the house of your career. It's going to kill you silently and you don't even know it's happening.
Yep. He's trying to cut the line. It's like the Flash speed pass at Six Flags, Josh. You're right.
Let's see where this goes.
Here's the issue. Shuli comes to me, like, you're talking about High Pitch Eric. He goes, I got some stuff on High Pitch Eric. I did this and that. That's great. That's awesome.
That's the whack pack. That's the shitwire nickname Stuttering John gave him, right? It's all they just look at him and that's his bailiwick is just
his wrangler.
Whack pack wrangler. Right. It's also too, like, when you think about like if you really dwell on, he came in last in the Win Stuttering John job contest, behind Chauncey, behind Joey Boots, behind John the Stutterer. Yeah. So it's like saying the audience wants nothing to do with you. And you're on this show. You foisted yourself on an audience that doesn't want to hear you in long form in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah,
they voted. You couldn't do worse.
Yeah, and his
Shaul.
The most infuriating thing was his treatment of Underdog Lady, because she clearly was in love with him in some fashion, and he let just by being associated with her as much as he tried to, led her on. It's like, in her mind, it's like, oh, this guy is really present in my life all the time. It must mean that he has feelings for me, and
like an air whore patronization.
And she's not mentally with it enough to understand what he's doing. And in this case, it's sad because she's, she wants reciprocity from him,
Yep. And he knows that she's being, she knows he's playing on like the most mental patient among us. And all her,
I just think you would burn in hell for that.
That's what you go to hell for. Absolutely, exploiting Wendy the retard, eating out of a dumpster, and of course, Shuli is the reason why there's anti-Semitism. That's so true, Brent. So we're gonna get into some anti-Semitism later.
It's great for the show. He comes into me a lot of other times, and he like floats a joke to me, and that's not my job to handle that stuff. And I've told him that, and then sometimes he just comes in and you'll start telling a story about taking a show. Now I got to hear Shuli's story about taking a show,
which I end up getting on the air and telling the story.
On the air, and it happens. He has no governor on him.
But he's trying to clear it through you.
I understand, but at some point you got to say, I can't come to a guy say 15 times a morning. Howard, there was a period of time Shuli doesn't even.
That would be great if they did like a punked thing with Shuli where all the office people got together, and as soon as Shuli goes into that, they all just walk out of the room. At the same time, they just collectively just walk out of the room and go back to the.
Don't say anything.
As soon as he's in the middle, don't say anything. Just walk out of the room as soon as he starts amping up.
Make him think he's Bruce Willis in The Sixth Sense. Like, did I die?
The only reason Shuli is hired is because it's a part of the tribe. JJ Thrash.
No, where we had to document how many times he came to me.
And he doesn't mean Cleveland Indians.
All that was happening.
Well, what's funny is I heard from. Never mind. I don't want to bring it up.
Listen.
I don't want to get into weird. But
okay, that's Marci. Okay, another Marci. Okay, never mind. I'm not getting it. Okay, that's Marci.
Because it was all that was happening.
Well, what's funny is I heard from. Never mind. I don't.
I heard from Marci. Right? You hear the M come out of his mouth? I heard from never mind. That's Marci.
He tried. That moment was probably in slow motion for him. It's like, how can I turn this M sound into an N sound really quickly?
Oh God!
Bring it up. I don't want to get into weird. But I heard.
And Howard seems to be aware that he's talking about Marci.
He's
like, okay, don't. Because when would Howard ever go? No, okay, that's cool. That's cool. Don't bring up the name. No, he's always wanting to name names.
Yeah, he's trying to. Howard is trying to clear. He's trying to dogpile on the talking, so the audio is muddled, so no audience member could ascertain what was being said.
Oh, that Shalom biatch is the most cringy fucking douche. It is so bad. God damn, Artie was. I think that went to Artie's fucking forehead vein. How he just kept beating him. The first time it sucked, and he did it for like 5 years straight. Oh, I get it. I get it. A Jewish guy doing a hip hop, and you combine the two. I get it.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, okay.
I was just going to say,
get a chemical peel, Andrew.
Yeah, right. During that Shuli Artie fight, the hack pack fight, Howard was, playing. He was being a little shitster, saying like to Artie, like, I thought Shalom Biatch was funny the first time, to try to get a rise out of Artie. Like, it's such.
It's called the Beastie Boys.
You see how mad he gets? Why don't you call Jason up?
Because Sunday morning, because it was all that was happening.
Well, what's funny is I heard from. Never mind. I don't want to bring it. I don't want to get into it weird. But I heard.
Bring it up, you can't.
You see how mad he gets? Why don't you call Jason up?
Because somehow he's nicer.
Because you're scared of Jason.
No, listen. You didn't have to come on and say,
yeah, he's been with Jason longer. Jason probably has on him.
You couldn't, like everybody else yesterday was like, okay, it was funny. You've been going around telling everybody you're dying to get on the air and complain about me.
No, I didn't. Who told you that? Who told you? It came up. It came up organically when we were all sitting around talking about.
It comes up organically a lot when it doesn't even come up. Meaning, well before this, it comes up a lot. It's known in this office that you complain about me behind my back a lot.
It's on also our phone known, right now is an anonymous employee who wants to say something.
I think this is a bit of a fast forward.
Apology you never received.
Have back. Who was it? The actress that brought it in?
Mindy Kaling.
Mindy Kaling. Let's hope she comes back and sends more logs.
Here's the rap about Shuli.
Rap.
All right, wait. Anonymous employee, I got to hang up on you because Gary's on a tear about Shuli. All right, bye-bye.
He doesn't like me. He's always had a problem with me, so it's fine.
I like him.
That's all that matters.
Shuli comes in with his rap, okay? He's got this rap.
You're a professional victim. You make problems for yourself. What happens with you is, Howard, let's not forget, Shuli's been with us for 10 years, done a great job. We hired a whack packer. And so
everybody's a whack packer to him.
His drug is getting on the air. And
it is when you come in last in the Stuttering John's job contest, after John's Stuttering John, you're a whack packer.
In other words, like, the audience thought there were other whack packers that were more employable than you. Therefore, that makes you less than whack packer. Yeah.
Jason's untouchable to Gary because he has the dirt on Bowie. No question, Chubby. Pat Cooper, who told you that? Now, Pat Cooper's anger is the really like the telltale of you could just monetize anger. He had a comedy special called, or it's like a mini documentary actually on Netflix called "Why Are You Always Yelling?" Was what it's called. Okay. And I haven't seen it yet. I think it came out like in 2005.
It's very difficult to discern when Shuli has something that's good for the show and when Shuli has something that's good for Shuli.
Well, you've only been doing this 30 years. Maybe you'll figure it out.
A constant battle is when Shuli is a big self-promoter. Shuli wants to do things that are good for him, and a lot of times he buries that under the guise of being good for the show, and sometimes it is good for the show. But it makes my head smoke all day.
In other words, you got to think about Shuli all day.
Shuli's a constant every morning of the show.
Well, I will sit back there quietly, Gary, and I will not bother you. I promise.
Always pouting.
Maybe you should stop.
Obviously, I can.
That's Gary's first job description, is to shoulder the load away from Howard.
Yeah,
so he thinks Howard. Yeah, he's the firewall. So that would go to Howard. So he's like a human shield, and all the annoying things Shuli did would ordinarily should go to the guy who's getting all the money, Howard, but it goes to Gary.
Yeah.
Welcome, Holden. Good to see you in there.
I'm a huge.
Listen for a second. Maybe you should stop and think and say, I go to Gary 20 times a morning. Maybe I should just save the really good stuff.
Hey, here's a question.
But how's he supposed to know what's good?
Yeah, and here's a question.
Well,
why is everybody?
He thinks it's all good.
Yeah, exactly. But he thinks 30 times a day. He thinks he should be on the
show.
show.
How about if 15 of them are good?
When is it your time to stop and think?
They should call Shuli's nickname should be Evergreenstein.
Gary, why is it everybody else's time to stop and think? Why is it everyone else's fault?
I didn't stop and think. And what I came up is that you should think about what you do. I stopped to think.
Well, I stopped and thought about some shoe, and it's obvious that you've had a problem with me for a long time, and I don't really give a shit. Listen, I'm here to work. I'm here to do a job.
My staff is like the Crips and the Bloods.
Bro, I'm here.
I'm like,
this is crazy. And I immediately didn't like him. He's a pain in the ass.
It sounds like you're crazy about me.
Not just me. I wish other people here who had balls.
Now, Gary, is this true that Shuli retweets everyone who says he should be in the studio full time?
That is absolutely. If you've ever seen him I'm blocked from him. That is absolutely true. I remember going, "Damn, that's exactly."
That is true.
Sorry, I'll retweet the ones that tell me die Jew, and I'll retweet those if that'll make you happy.
That would be fun. That's comedy if you did that. That's exactly right. That's what you should do. Yes, do that.
Take the energy out of it, right? Yeah.
Yes. That's comedy.
Listen, Howard.
I'm confident in my abilities, Gary. There's nothing wrong with that.
Shuli's never gotten over the idea that he should be sitting in the Artie chair. He kills him. He thinks he belongs there, and that's his goal to get back to.
Gary, I would love that opportunity, but many years ago, I realized it's probably not going to happen, and I'm fine with that. I'm fine with contributing the way I contribute.
The Artie chair thing was 3 years before this,
right?
So he's just realizing it now. It's just hitting him now.
What's funny is, like, you know, he can't help but even though Gary's trying to put him down, he can't help but, like, I mean, I would love that opportunity. Gary's not wrong, you know. Like, he can't help but sort of sneak that in there, that he would love to be back in the Artie chair.
God, Tatatuthi, it's so true. You're writing Bloods and Crips jokes while your staff is whiter than Daniel Carver's KKK rallies.
Also,
right? You shouldn't even be allowed to make a Bloods and a Crips joke just based on how white your fucking staff is.
And also, that is such a dated Benji line right there.
It is
clearly a Benji line.
You might as well make a Good Times reference there.
Yeah, right.
You're the only one who has a problem with that.
I'm not the only one. I promise you that.
Is it fair to say the birthday has gone into extra innings?
My show is like the Jeffersons versus the Bunkers. Papa Boo's well compensated for it. He can always quit. Yes, he could.
They're like Archie and Meathead.
Rasan is a coon, as they call it.
I didn't know we were going to.
We only hire coons. Stephen A. Smith is the biggest coon of them all right now.
I don't say.
He's celebrating all week.
What is that, Gary?
If Shuli thinks that I'm the only one in this building that has a problem with him, he's nuts.
No, but I know you're the only one in the building who's called me off air to.
No, that's true, Tata. No blacks, Puerto Ricans, or Dominicans in New York to hire the Stern Show. That's true. New York has got none of that.
There's a whole musical and West Side Story about it. Yeah, I guess, yeah.
I know, it's true. West Side Story. The entire premise is
scream at me.
Wait a second.
Monique is a walking West Side Story. It's Italians versus Puerto Ricans. Nardo, we should call
Mindy Kaling is on the phone. Yes, Mindy.
Really?
Gary, you're fat. I can't believe you ate all those blocks that I got for the entire office. Stole it all.
He thought.
What a piece of shit you are. Those are.
Everything that goes wrong here is somebody else's fault. Everyone's out to get you. Nobody. You're always in the right. Everybody's always wrong. They don't understand your scary talent, and we're all idiots for not doing that.
Yeah, that's the vibe I walk around here with, Gary. You hit me right on.
That is a perfect analysis, and I'm not sure, Gary. I think Jason might have wrote that for Gary.
Yeah.
Or Will or somebody. That is a perfect analysis on Shuli's delusions.
Yeah,
that's perfect.
Well,
yeah, that's the.
Here to go.
Always in the right. Everybody's always wrong. They don't understand your scary talent, and we're all idiots for not doing that.
Yeah, that's the vibe I walk around here with, Gary. You hit me right on the head.
Is how he thinks.
You ask around. I'm busy working.
I don't have to ask around. People come and tell
You ask around.
I don't have to
and
ask.
from now on.
Tata Toothy goes, W's got to make it broad.
I got to gay it up. By the way, again, another brilliant demonstration of Shuli's comedic abilities, that his only response to that is to say it back, what Gary said to Gary, in a sarcastic way. That's how I act.
That's how you know you. That's how you know you sunk.
Right.
It's way too much woman for Meathead, that Gloria Bunker. Oh, Josh, so true. The right hates Stephen A. Smith, and the left hates Stephen A. Smith. That's where Bill Maher's going down that direction too, Jenkins.
I won't bother the executive producer of the Howard Stern show
Well,
with
don't you
stuff
have to? How are
think
you going to submit stuff then?
I guess I will. I don't want to bother the guy. You know, he's busy.
Howard, it's not a bother. It's just that
That's all you said. Is it annoys you and everybody in this building? So obviously,
I went over that before, Holden. His wife apparently, allegedly, was going to leave him, and then the show became so unlucrative, and he was being downsized and marginalized. He lost his benefits, and then he got accused of cheating on his wife. So he said, well, let me get out of this toxic environment, and I'll move to Alabama, and I will start a Mike Ganji hating podcast.
it's a bother. Now, if you can stop being two-faced and say what you mean.
How awkward.
Yeah, I mean, how are they never going to work together? I got it. And my solution is, I won't bother you anymore.
Now, let me ask you how that... Well, wait a second. Let me ask you something. How awkward is it going to be the next time Shuli has to ask Gary to get in the studio?
I asked him yesterday. He let me in. He wasn't a dick about it, and I wasn't being a dick to him about this yesterday.
But he's telling you not to bother him.
Exactly, so I'm not going to bother him.
So how are you going to get in the studio?
But now you can't talk to him to get in the studio.
Here's classic Shuli. Yesterday everything went well. Gary wasn't a dick to him. It's done. But Shuli needs more airtime, so he's got to come in and do this today.
Not at all. I heard you on wrap-up yesterday, not threatening me. And it pissed me off.
How stupid would it be if it were me? Why would you mock the person who's in charge of getting you?
It's funny because the wrap-up show has gotten so neutered.
I know.
And I guess this is a rare time where you get something real. It feels like the old days.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely. I guess there were certain elements of the show that did kind of trickle down. It wasn't like a full stop. And I think the infighting with the staff was one of them when there were still people to fight, you know.
Ganji hooked up with one of Howard's daughters. No, Brandano did.
Yeah,
Deborah.
Right.
We did a cleaning out this computer segment about that. Ganji, Stephen A. Smith has more security than Howard around. Oh, I believe that. I believe he loves that too.
Mm-hmm.
I totally believe that.
You just needed to get on today. If you
so you throw that statement out there, but Gary, you throw that statement out there to flex your muscle, to show your power that you can keep me out of the studio if you wanted to, under the guise that I would never do this. But let me throw it out there anyway.
You put somebody else in charge of him and let them.
Then what are you going to do?
I got a lot of other things to do. Believe me, I don't need Shuli. Take it, Shuli, if I play.
It is unbelievable they can't bring Marci up there.
I was going to say
exactly who they're implying.
If I was Gary and Howard was fucking with me like this, I would invoke Marci right there. Yeah.
What is she there for if you can't? It's all this Marci stuff is Howard's doing. It's he decides that she's not being brought up because he's embarrassed that he's in a cult. That's Howard's doing.
That is exactly right. Like, can you imagine being an employee of Howard, where it's like the reason we're not allowed to invoke something is because he has bad feelings about the person he hired. Like, he knows that she's an embarrassing presence in his life, and we have to just go along with it. I mean, it's ridiculous. And for someone who's synonymous with getting things done, what does she do?
I know the most inefficient show. You have an efficiency expert on. She's the antithesis of efficiency.
She's so efficient, she doesn't have a task list for herself. It's all done before she has to even conceive
the toothy goes that Shuli should hook up with the Rabbi Emily.
You are the dream I never knew I had.
Shuli's the dream.
It's a pleasure.
I thought Shuli was taking up your whole day.
Believe me, I have other things I could be doing.
Yeah, you could be licking more peanut butter off the spoon.
Gary, you let Shuli in, I presume, for this segment, right?
I asked him.
I did, yeah.
Yeah.
That's funny.
I'm not jumping the chain of command. I'm still asking him.
Right.
And I really am asking permission. Can we have somebody else decide if he can?
How about JD? You want to go to him? He could decide.
JD will crack under the pressure.
Yeah, right.
Me?
JD will.
He'll be in the fetal position.
You'll be in here every 5 seconds. I don't want to say. No, Gary, I want you in charge of Shuli.
It's
That's true, Chubby. Gary had a very similar argument with Richard about Richard thinking everything he does is brilliant. That's exactly right. That's very similar to this.
Yeah, I mean, again, they're all different. They're all different, pinned down butterfly types and the, Stern fans that he's had to deal with. He knows how to categorize these fuckers.
I thought you meant Marci's the Kool-Aid man, Todd. That she would come bursting through a cubicle. Oh yeah,
ooh yeah.
She's just as right. I swear to God, I've read that. Shuli wants to be treated like a comedic star. He really does. There's no shaking that. There's no shaking that entitlement and hubris. Crazy Robin. There is no way he's not going to suddenly go. He's getting chopped down to size here pretty nicely.
Cool, Howard. It's cool. I clearly touched a nerve. I apologize. I'll let him do his thing. I don't want to bother anybody.
No, you created a nerve and then you touched it. Again, you're a victim. I touched a nerve. You're a pest.
All I did was bring up a nerve that's been talked about for 30 years.
If he's being a pest, it's for the good of the show. I
got that, Howard. But people who sit in the office and see this going on have seen. You have to see Shuli in action to truly understand it.
But I want to.
Let me ask you something.
Then put some cameras back. Well, they don't anymore. So you have no Howard TV anymore. I'm sure. Right. Yeah. Actually, I can go back and there's a lot of behind the scenes stuff with the old Howard TV, and you can see this. And Shuli, every time you see something at the back office, he's doing that holding court, annoying shit, laughing at it every time.
Oh, I remember him coming in like the first. Not Ronnie's block party, the events, but like when Ronnie actually had a block party on his block, Shuli was there with a camcorder, like filming everything, and like it was his way to get in. He's been finding ways to get into the studio the whole time he was there. Yeah,
and he's looking to MC some event that's not going to happen. Like I'm going to host it. I'm going to host it.
Gary, is a lot of the stuff he comes to you with rejected?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Well, it's tough. It's tough. But listen, and it's also tough.
At a certain point, you can sort of figure out what's going to be rejected and what's.
Thank you, Chubby. Thank you for the $10 cash app. Like I said,
thank you
ad nauseum. Cash app on the left, on the right, the QR code. Buy me a coffee in the center. If anyone could donate to the show, it would be greatly appreciated. We love you all. Thank you, Chubby. Let me give you these as we talk about
blacks, Jews, Hispanics, whatever.
Hello, man. Thanks for the black guy. Hook me up with some coke, yeah?
Why don't you eat some lightning bolts, chump? Ow! Hey, man, get off my case, chump!
Hey!
Sinbad.
The audience must not be laughing that hard because they can't see the added and in post effect coming out of his hand. So it's
where would you see the lightning bolt effect if you're in? That's true in the studio audience.
Yeah, the audience is probably like, "What the fuck is
great point
happening?"
by you.
Yeah.
That is a great point. Thank you again, Chubby.
And Howard, understand, Shuli's not the only one that comes to me all day. There's
Yes, thank you, Sarah. Everybody, please hit like and subscribe if you haven't. Right now, please hit like. I don't know what it does to this day, but please hit like. And I'll never know. Shuli's saying, I put my time in this business as a comedian. How's he football? It is hilarious. He called the show and waited on hold every day to ask very boring, meandering questions or have them play his stupid, boring game. So true, Howsy.
One of the funniest things Bond said on that first Shuli show you guys did on Gunk was like, he just imagined Shuli like with his head down on his pillow and like the phone making his ear hot, like just waiting on hold.
I feel guilty without Bon Jovi doing this.
I know.
He's such a Shuli hater.
20 other people. I will tell you.
It's as if it's your job or something.
I will tell you that people's 2 through 10 who come to me throughout the morning, all of those together are half of the amount of times that Shuli comes to me.
But are you saying you don't want Shuli to come and pitch to you?
No.
Listen, I'm supposed to deal
or you want him to know exactly what you want to have on the air?
Say it again?
In other words, I hear what you're saying. It would be great if Shuli only came to you with the stuff that you want.
And how does he do it all, Sky Spectre Chubby? Freezing, driving, texting, giving. What a fantastic man. I couldn't agree more, Scott. Well written, well said. Agree with every effing word.
On the air.
No,
and I have condensed a lot, Howard.
Not only with the stuff he knows, but he's got to know that his every single thought isn't show worthy.
And Howard, I will say that in the past, I definitely went in there way too much, and I've scaled it down a lot.
Right.
But if there's something that you're talking about, or Robin, that
you know about,
that I feel I can add something to, or maybe sprinkle a little something. Look, the Bobo call, perfect example yesterday, right? The Bobo call,
right?
Does Bobo need help humiliating himself? Why would you need to assist on that? I mean, you talk about do it yourself. Like, who needs? And you talk about he's such a bully. The punching down with him.
Oh, I know.
Pile on Bobo. Is that the best you can do?
Because what I assume he's implying is that it's not that I have like factual information. I have editorial information that I want to give in the form of my stand-up, so that I'm seen as funny, as opposed to.
That's very true.
You know,
Shuli's once you get on A. Smith's shit list, there's no coming back. Like, Shuli's a hack being sued by the stuttering prick. And look, it's the caps lock is on, and there's just no coming back from that. he got caps locked by fucking A. Smith.
Yeah.
The 9/11 thing, it was talked about years and years ago on the air. Nobody remembers it.
Right.
And it's something that's been sticking in my mind that's been bugging me. I asked Gary, I said, can we bring up this 9/11 thing? He said, yeah. And what did it turn into?
Turn into funny bit.
Okay, so you're talking about the one time that it went great, not the 40 times that it doesn't go great, that it's very self-serving.
But you got to hear all 40.
But it's never going to go great one time if you don't.
This is Shuli's way of saying, I think I deserve more airtime. Of course it is, Housey. Of course it is.
Don't allow me to come and talk to you.
Listen, when Fred and I write together, I always said to Fred,
when is the last time these two fucking dinosaur, fucking crotchety, relic, unfunny, have written together? When is the last time Howard and Fred wrote, quote unquote, wrote together?
If by writing they mean Jackie wrote it and we approved, and then said to the audience that the three of us write together, I would say the Channel 9 show.
I think at best, you have to go back to like you said, Jackie, you have to go back to 2001, 2000.
Yeah.
If that, even if he was doing it then, that is the last time there was some writing troika with him, Jackie, and Fred.
Yeah, it could be the DL Hughley call is like the last thing that was written.
Yeah, that's Jackie's a major role in that.
Absolutely.
Aaron's gonna need a long nap after this. Or he should have said that. I'm gonna take a long nap after this. That would have been great to own the fucking sleeping thing. Sawtooth goes, I don't think Howard and Fred have been in the same room together for at least 6 years. I go more than that. Yeah.
Bring up anything you think is stupid, because I might see something in it. And then Fred would bring up everything in his head, and 90% of the things would go nowhere, and then 10%. But the 10%.
Howard would not tolerate any such workflow. Going through 40 things to see if there's like one piece of gold in this mound of dirt.
Nope, he's not that ambitious.
No, he's not that ambitious.
That thorough. Yep.
He's not that patient. Yeah.
Nope. And he has no comedic comedic balls and strikes. He just doesn't even know, and I don't even know. He is the most lowbrow he taste in all things, comedy, music, whatever, that his governor of what's funny I wouldn't trust at all. I'd be going, think about what he clears today, left to his own devices.
Yeah, and I think he doesn't appreciate that the creative process is volatile, and as you said, there are balls and strikes where he doesn't have time for that. He wants it to be just perfect right away, or like first thought theater, let's just go with that. So yeah, no, he would, because what does this mean where Shuli's going to report 40 ideas to Gary, and then Gary has to then present it to Howard? Like, Howard would never stand for that,
But what's the metric as to what's funny is ambiguous, So it's not like you can grade it. It's not like he could just do whatever Howard says goes. That must mean it worked. That doesn't mean it's funny. He just cleared it with his own self-indulgent, stupid, lowbrow sensibilities. His own fart man.
Yeah.
Go ahead, David.
Well, but it's also like, if I was Gary, what I would say is like, oh, so what you're saying is I am the arbiter of taste in comedy, and that's why Shuli has to report to me with his 40 ideas, because I'm funnier than Shuli. That's what you're basically saying, is that Shuli can't be trusted unless it's vetted by me, and therefore I must have a keener sense of humor. That's what I would say, to just like, take another jab at Shuli altogether,
That is exactly how he should come back to that. Thank you, Holden. Thank you, Holden. Thank you, Holden, once again. Let me finish this, wrap this up.
That was gold.
That one dumb thing.
Right.
That even you think is dumb.
It's funny.
Turn out to be a gem.
The other thing that bothers me about Shuli, as long as we're going to get it all on the table, was he for a period of time was going around, Gary's keeping me out of the studio. Gary's keeping me out of the studio. And I was not keeping him out of the studio. I was trying to let the best in.
You're
and
filtering.
The guy goes behind your back and complains to everyone.
Well, I got to go with Gary on that, Shuli.
Well, and at that time, Shuli used to think those Vegas trips were about him.
Right.
Back in the day, and he would call. That's a great memory you have, A. Smith.
Coming to my hometown.
Visuals creep me and Wiggle the Clown. Oh yeah, Sarah made that.
I didn't understand the situation, because I would come to him with something that I thought was good, and he wouldn't even respond to me. He would just look at me, he'd put up his hand, and he'd go, "Let's see where this goes."
Right, he was trying to be.
I go, "Okay," and
exactly
Gary.
Let's see where it goes.
But yeah, those are Fred's first words, like in a month, if not more. That's his entire verbal contribution to the show. What a gig he has. It's unbelievable.
Gary, you were right. I was wrong at that point in time. That hasn't happened recently. That hasn't happened in a long time. We've been on good terms.
It hasn't been that long, and you talked a ton about me. A ton.
But all
you Gary got every bit of. He probably got texts forwarded to him by Jason and shit.
Oh, yeah.
Jason's the ultimate double agent.
You talk shit about people, Gary. You sit here, you act like you're on a throne, that you're perfect. You talk about people here all the time.
Yeah, but
what? Because it's you.
People and going to every key player on the show.
Key player.
Every single one of them. Gary's keeping me off the show, and that's another one. That's his move. He's going to go to every person till he can find someone who's going to go to you, Howard. That's his way to go around me.
No doubt about it. F. Wayne Newton and Siegfried and Roy. Come see Shuli. Thank you, Quitter, for the 3 coffees. Thank you, Quitter. Here you go.
Guess who? Little West End town is in a mood. East End, West End.
And a little Beth. We haven't played Beth in a while. This is also a Sarah concoction where Joe Judice.
Talking to me? Wow. He ain't talking to me anymore. Now he's holding his lip.
I love that.
The distended stomach wiggling in that high kick is just, it's like it's in slow motion for me. Yeah.
Next one. You want to do Callahan or DL Hughley?
Let's do Callahan for Barbara.
For Barbara. This is Maureen Callahan, writer of New York Post, who wrote this article. I actually did some AI on this. And this is Maureen Callahan eviscerating Howard in his precious New York Post. And then Howard gets a hold of it, and he basically like gives up. She has him over a barrel.
Yeah.
Howard's End. Shock jock Stern has lost his sting and his mojo. By Maureen Callahan. Published April 27, 2021. The Howard Stern Show, long in decline, is dead. In March 2020, when New York City officially went into lockdown, Stern fled to his basement in the Hamptons. Over 1 year later and now vaccinated, as he first admitted on air Monday, back from yet another vacation, Stern still has no intention of ever returning to his Midtown studio, his luxury Upper West Side apartment, or any semblance of pre-pandemic life.
Oh, Howsy, I think I agree with that. I think I hate Benji more than Shuli too. Even with that, I think I agree with you on that. Benji does something to him. I hate him with all my heart, and so I don't know what it is. Benji goes to my last forehead. I think I agree with that. Yeah, I think he can't speak.
Right. I'm sort of the opposite. I have some hair trigger thing about Shuli that, just
I get it. Believe me, I get it too.
He reminds me of someone that I despise, and maybe that's it.
Howard getting shredded in AI is funny. Yeah, JJ Thrash agrees with you.
The Howard Stern who stayed on air as planes flew into the World Trade Center is unrecognizable. Things will never get back to normal, he declared just 2 weeks ago. I do not believe the pandemic will ever be over. For a once constant listener like me, this is heretical, especially here in New York City where every single neighborhood is struggling to survive. Also, Howard, this pandemic will end even though you, a germophobic recluse, clearly wish it would not. But such sentiments have
She says all the things I said on Radio Gunk, like the 9/11 thing, and I said that. Remember when the pandemic first hit? I go, he loves this. I went crazy. Yeah. He loves this, and he was giddy. He loved it. Now I have my excuse to never leave these mansions. He can't stand that he didn't get to, take advantage of and just be a hermit. Be a agoraphobe.
Yeah,
he has 2 massive mansions and 3. He loved every set. I knew that and that was proven right over and over again.
Yeah. Well, and also I remember this article you guys covered it on Gunk, and she uses some words that Monique used a lot. It felt like she really listened to you guys. And she was
it really did. And that sounds like arrogant or delusion. No, it was way too. And look, maybe it is just parallel thinking, but good.
Well, good. Yeah, but also how the idea of criticizing someone who has a long history of coming back at you if you criticize them through the 80s and 90s.
Yep.
Where did she get the chutzpah to do it if she didn't see that
there's no retribution from it?
Right, that there's no retribution.
Yeah, she's looking at she knows that all the fans have turned on him. There'll be no retribution. There's no risk at all in hitting him hard. Right?
Yeah.
Back in the day, she wouldn't have done this in even as far back as 06 or something.
Yeah, and at that time in particular, it's the hater threads, all rivers led to probably one show. I mean, maybe McDowell's was on the air by then, but there's no way that she didn't sort of pilfer some of these talking points from you.
What'd you say, David? What was on the air back then?
McDowell's. Burger Queen.
See, they're McDonald's. I'm McDowell's.
Taco Chime, whatever.
And Stern's show and attitude this past year. Pessimism, anger, and a worldview that shrinks ever inward, limited in size and scope to the basement, the literal and metaphorical dwelling place of this once great show. Stern, 67, renewed his contract with SiriusXM last December, signing for 5 years at a reported $120 million per. This is incredible, considering he works 3 days a week, Monday through Wednesday, broadcasting maybe 3 hours.
Yeah, she's all over too, how this inexplicable marble heist. But you like to see this in the post that he reads, and she knows that, and it's all kind of out there. This hit him hard. This was big time.
It would be funny if in this, she mentions the 3 days a week. She steals Benjamin's line of every week is Thanksgiving or something. It's
telltale. Oh, she's definitely stealing it from him. Right, she said that.
Right.
It's so specific.
Yeah.
Oh, so that's Adam Levy writes for the Daily Mail.
That's right.
Per day, about 112 shows per year with 253 days off. That's a salary of over $1 million per show. Once upon a time, you could argue that would be fair compensation. After all, one could never predict what Stern would do or say.
No, it's not.
As memorialized by an analyst in Stern's 1997 biopic Private Parts, the average radio listener listens for 18 minutes. The average Howard Stern fan listens for, are you ready for this, an hour and 20 minutes? Answer most commonly given? I want to see what he'll say next. As for those who loathe Stern, the average Stern hater listens for 2.5 hours a day. Most common answer? I want.
You hear David react to the AI. This is the same woman who played Jamie Presley, by the way. Very prolific.
The AI cracked herself up reading that. It's really funny.
That's where we're going.
Oh, God.
Tendrils agrees. She goes, Maureen definitely lifted this from the Radio Gunk. It really feels like it.
I want to see what he'll say next. Today, it's all too easy to predict what Stern will say next. Don't just take my word for it. Endless Reddit threads and Facebook groups are devoted to carbon dating the show's death, parsing over its comedic breadcrumbs and wondering why Stern even bothers anymore.
Monique word.
Yep.
Indeed, Stern sounds like a...
That's the Monique word, parsing, as Brendan loves. Yeah. Brendan loves Monique's word like parsing.
Guy who should have retired years ago, one begging to be fired, an attempt to end his own misery. Howard, your listeners are right there with you. Put us all out of your misery. Consider a typical show consisting on a daily Groundhog Day-like basis of such
Groundhog Day.
Content as imitations of his nonagenarian parents and their hearing loss. What did you say? As enjoyable as talking to one's own hard-of-hearing relatives, while revisiting slights and traumas from his childhood, yet insisting that decades of 3 to 4 day a week therapy have made him less angry and more evolved. We usually segue into graphic, sex-obsessed talks with Ronnie the limo driver, a 71-year-old Stern show mainstay who has now become its lead character, eating up airtime and surpassing Stern himself. Hope Ronnie got a raise for all this heavy lifting, unlistenable though he may be. If it's Monday, we may get a recap of Howard's weekend, which typically involves how many Peloton classes he took, updates on his lifelong disordered eating, current blood levels, and rants on why the 1%ers who live near him in the...
Wow, this is like everything. Now I'm convinced it's completely... That's fine.
Every paragraph...
Every paragraph.
Yeah, every paragraph is from a different show in the lineup on the Radio Gunk website. The
1%. Yeah, I say that.
Hampton's post-vaccine won't wear masks all the time. If his much younger model wife, Beth, comes up, it's to discuss how efficiently she cleans now that the maids are gone, her eating habits and blood levels, and the hundreds of rescue cats that cycle in and out of their house. If The Bachelor or The Bachelorette happens to be airing, we can count on a mind-numbing 45-minute soliloquy. Next, we'll probably take some calls from the mentally impaired characters known as the Whack Pack, or be subjected to prank phone calls.
I'm going to try to have her on, Barbara. She has an email you can contact with. I try to get her on Instagram. She doesn't look at it. I could tell she doesn't look at the... I'm going to try to email and see if that works. See if she'll come on. I don't know why she wouldn't. I don't know why you wouldn't.
That Stern insists are real but are clearly fake and scripted. In lieu of picking on society's weakest, Stern will turn his rage on most any staffer in his sights. It says something...
That's great. Society's weakest. That really hits. That really is a haymaker. When you say people pick on society's weakest or punch down, that's like the worst thing you can say about someone.
In conjunction with the fact that he's a multimillionaire.
Yep. Chubby Pickle goes, he went scorched. I never heard this. Did he? Yes, he did reply. I'm going to play that right after this, Chubby. It's the weakest, most sterilized, pussified reply you've ever heard. If the writer claims to have had a hugely successful career in the fashion industry, then that will be the smoking gun, says Brendan.
that even the
Well, we got your parse,
most
Brandon.
picked upon loyalist, say his producer of 37 years, doesn't even bother to really fight back anymore. Why? My guess is that Stern's rants are so expected and so often hit the same notes: personal hygiene, looks, financial status, marital troubles, professional incompetence, that even attacked staffers feel the same boredom that long ago came over the listener. And how could they not? Stern long ago abandoned his best attribute, going after famous hypocrites. Ilaria Baldwin, for example, pretending for years to be from Spain when really she's from Boston, and bagging a movie star would once have been Stern show fodder for days. But Ilaria barely rates a mention. Why? Can't piss off Howard's good pal Alec in the Hamptons. Howard's in with the cool kids, all he ever really wanted, despite claims to the contrary.
Wow, how many times have we said exactly that on it?
Who's the hypocrite?
Go ahead, W.
It's almost like if you
Lunch
asked, it's almost like if you asked AI, summarize every video Radio Gunk podcast has made, this is what it would
And write me an article. Yeah, you could easily
right.
do that.
Now. Instead, we get musings on how wonderful Stern's BFF Jimmy Kimmel is, what it's like to go to parties at Jimmy's house in LA and hobnob with George Clooney, Howard the Everyman, the commuter's best friend, RIP, or his days as a judge on America's Got Talent. This thin, tepid gruel is finished off with what it was like for Howard the Renegade to break into radio deep dive instructions on how to queue up songs on vinyl and general get off my lawn gripes over life in America circa now. I don't know what you could do to get noticed on this YouTube. Just cancel sports, who cares? So F Kingdom. Podcasts, they're bores, they're F King bores. Perhaps that last sentiment is related to Stern's waning influence. Upon the announcement of Stern's imminent contract renewal in 2020, B. Riley analyst Zach Silver wrote to clients in part.
I like that line too.
Yeah.
Thin, tepid gruel. A gruel. I
It's
thought
not
it was
even
a gruel initially.
It's not even hot gruel. It's like gruel that's been left out and is now tepid.
Is Howard Stern really still worth $100 million plus a year? Our recent survey work suggests that only a low single-digit percentage of respondents subscribe to SiriusXM solely because of Howard Stern. Wow. Silver suggested that the re-up most benefited the company's stock price. For investors, he wrote, we believe that a potential renewal with Stern serves.
So this is him trying to rationalize this shit to investors, and they're trying people like. So this is like almost like an avatar that nobody asked for.
As a proof point that SiriusXM can continue to retain and attract top talent to its service. Really, why should Stern put any effort into his show when he's been rewarded for hardly working? The less he puts into the show and the more he treats his paying audience with contempt, the more money he makes. No wonder he won't leave his bunker. All that said, one of the most perplexing decisions to fans of late is the unexplained dropping of the show's most popular segment, historically airing last. The news, with sidekick Robin Quivers going through the day's headlines while Stern riffed extemporaneously. The news cost nothing to produce, was a must-listen, and usually guaranteed at least...
Yeah, snurch with tendrils, that would be the biggest snurch. Yes, if you put snurch in. After parse.
Be funny if the article contained like I save hate for family or something like that.
Yes.
One unpredictable hot take from Stern, earning him a spot in the news cycle. Yet in quarantine, the most newsworthy year in recent memory, this segment has completely disappeared with zero.
Yeah, that's true, Brendan. A lot could be said about the current one. You're absolutely right.
Explanation. There may be no greater FU to his longtime fan base, even that is too much work. The self-proclaimed king of all media has, without seeming to realize it, given a master class in how to lose an entirely captive audience. SiriusXM doesn't release ratings, but as far back as 2013, Stern knew he was in trouble. He called a crisis meeting, thankfully taped and leaked by a disgruntled employee. This is Howard Stern as Norma.
Leaked by who?
Norma Desmond, blaming everyone else for his decline.
Okay, this is great. This, even though, like, we know, this is the first time I think the Pelican Brief was put on Front Street like this, where in a setting like the Post, it's out there to that, and he doesn't. Oh, I'm going to play it right after
Here
that.
he is standing alone on a stage, his beleaguered staff seated below. You know what? He begins. If this show isn't here in 3 years, you don't have a f-king job. I'm pissed. He was just getting started. Why, Stern asked, can't he get Tom Cruise or Brad Pitt, hell, even Neil Young to appear on his show? It's bugging the ST out of me, he said. Neil Young shouldn't be able to ST without hearing somebody talking about me. A PowerPoint of favored guests, whom Stern fawns over to a disgusting degree on air, turned into a verbal assault against almost every single one. Whitney Cummings was doing Jack ST when we found her. She was going nowhere fast, Stern said.
Whitney Cummings to me is the least talented, famous comedian I've ever seen in the history of comedian. She
agreed.
The worst. She's a Weinstein chick. That's how you explain her. She is a Harvey Weinstein chick.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
He was in Brass. She was in Brass. She doesn't. That's exactly how she got elevated, with having absolutely zero. I mean, it's always those roasts that seem to do it. Like, God damn it, she is the worst.
Adam Levine owes us, man.
Our girl, Francesca, ripped her a new one last week.
Yeah, because she's going kind of MAGA. Well, she's also like turning on her podcast audience too, because her podcast audience is accusing her of like buying subscribers.
She's trying to be I could totally see that. And that fucking Two Broke Girls show is a ripoff of Laverne. That's CBS. Of course it's CBS.
Of course.
It's Laverne and Shirley knockoff. Right. Oh, it's
no one was looking for him before The Voice. And David Letterman, I've done his show. Probably 27F King times, and he's only been on our show twice. Maybe Stern should have asked himself why he, unlike some others in show business, doesn't beget loyalty. Nah, he kept on blaming the overworked, underappreciated, and abused staff, who, he added, looked like unwashed slobs.
All right, good enough. I'm going to post the whole thing on our Patreon. Maybe I'll just post it on YouTube as well. Here's his response to this. I'm trying to remember if he comes back the next week or if it's the next day. Here's his reply to this. Where is it? It's Maureen Callahan. Post right here. Hold on.
Yep.
Here it is.
Also today, Nightline on ABC.
I did tape that already. I got that set up.
The New York Post.
Why does he sound like such an ignoramus, dullard dope? Just say Nightline. The way he pronounced Nightline.
Yeah, Led Zeppelin.
He sounds like, who's Opie's bodyguard, and now he works for Bill Burr, and he worked for Dice. Hot Tub. Johnny, what was his name? Shit.
Someone in the chat knows.
I'm sure they do.
Yeah.
Hot Tub.
Post, the New York Daily News.
Is there going to be anything else on Good Morning America?
Yeah, I believe so. I think they've decided to air something again today.
Oh, great, because I put that on
Thank you, Barbara.
the DVR too.
Yeah, that is all of his 79 IQ, without question. Club Soda Kenny, thank you. Thank you, Canada Goose N4M. I love that name, especially the N4M. No, Canada Goose is a really cool name. Thank you. Not Hot Tub John is a different guy. Club Soda Kenny. Thank you. That's him.
I'm doing it for the book because I love the book.
Yeah.
And I got to get out there.
So he has this awful book.
This comes again. Right.
Yes, 17 pages.
And reach the people who don't necessarily.
And people are
He speaks so slow now.
Actually excited to see you.
Yeah.
I think you should remember that.
Yeah, and then I bum out some of the people in the publicity of Simon & Schuster didn't want me to do the New York Post, and I said, look, that's one of my hometown newspapers.
They didn't want you to do it.
Yeah, they were like, but the New York Post, you can't exactly trust them. I said, you can trust them; they're fine. And then
this is such bullshit. He's acting like he turned the. This is the best insult he has. That the Post is beneath him, and I'm going to turn it down because I don't need the promotion.
Today, this guy Ian Moore interviewed me. He was a really nice guy. I really liked him, and I finished the interview. I said, that's good. I want to reach the people, and But they have this weird move they do. They he wrote a beautiful article,
He's gotta move.
and then they have a woman. She does this with every celebrity who writes a hit piece on you right next to the article.
It's a hit piece. Everything she said was spot on. Everything she said was 100%. It's even facts too. It's not even like you're entitled to your own. You're not entitled to your own. You're entitled to you're not entitled to your own facts. You're entitled to your opinion, but you're not entitled to your own facts. That's facts. What she just spewed out.
You did stand alone on a stage, giving your staff the party line in the McGraw-Hill building. Like
he will not bring that up in this. He will not bring up the Pelican Brief has not been mentioned still, even though that's the best part about that is she front streeted the
About what kind of a scumbag I am. Because
Are you kidding?
Yeah, and they
even acting like she didn't read it. She knows exactly what it is. What?
Well, this is where SAG-AFTRA pays her as an actress. This is where she justifies her acting.
I've seen better acting.
I say I treat you badly because we play songs before the news, and that really bummed me the fuck out. Like you don't, like you couldn't stop that.
I couldn't stop that if I didn't want, if I wanted to.
But then Jason was telling me this is what the New York Post does. It's weird. It's like if I had a guest in here, and during the guest's appearance, someone was.
Jason has to tell you what the New York Post does that you read every day. And when they praise you, it's great. And they praise you for years and you had them in your hip pocket. Now you don't. And now they can have their own opinions. God forbid. You know how bad your show is.
I'm sure he does.
This way.
I'm sure he doesn't, but does he review the points that the article makes, or he just?
No, I mean, let's just listen. It's just like he glossed things you want.
Saying hey, he's a fuckhead.
Right. Like there was some other station you could.
Instead of talking about the Pelican Brief, he'll go, oh, he's a fuckhead. That's him.
Tune into that was right next to it, and you would be saying nasty things about.
I mean, any promotion is good promotion, but it's kind of a bummer. Like, at least wait a week before you blast.
What? Can't they make up their mind? They can't just say.
No, it's like Ian Moore liked me, but for the Post, that's not good enough. So they had to run a side piece that basically said, I'm a fucknut still. Like, yeah, this is all bullshit. Howard hasn't changed.
Howard hasn't changed.
Yeah. And the woman's claims she listens. But the New York Post, this is their move. I didn't know that.
No.
It's like,
that's new.
They did it to Madonna. They ran a piece on Madonna, and then this woman.
It doesn't matter if everything's 100% factually true and all the opinions are spot on. It's a hit piece. So that means what? We should not write it. We should we should be a shill promotional for anything you want, anytime you want.
Yeah. Well, also, I think what he's trying to do is, by not being specific, he can make his audience think that they wrote negatively. Well, they wrote negatively about me as if they were writing about me in the 90s to make it still seem like he's like this crazy edgy guy. He's trying to make his audience think like, I'm a fuck nut, and he knows that what that says to his audience is like, oh, they don't get Howard and his edgy humor, and it's like, no, this is a completely new set of grievances on how.
Yes, that's right. That's right. It's a whole different. Exactly.
Now that you're saying that, I have noticed that there's always this little sidebar.
Maureen Callahan's her name. So what they do is they write something nice, and they can't stomach it because they think they have to.
I was actually surprised he brought her proper name up in it. I don't know if he thinks he's going to sick. He thinks he has some army waiting for her, but he doesn't. Maybe he still thinks that someone's going to cut down. You're going to get people online trolling her, but that didn't happen.
The same army. I'm sorry. The same army that went after Rosie O'Donnell's kids is not standing by anymore. Yeah.
They write something nice, and they can't stomach it because they think they have to. Like, why am I talking to you if you're going to just fuck me in the ass?
Yeah.
Just fuck me in the ass. Don't interview me.
I don't need to sit with you while you're fucking.
Like Madonna. Like they wrote an article about it, and then next to it, more.
And so Howard's claiming here, in the worst inarticulate way possible, is that he thinks I turned down the Post and Callahan for an interview. So now she's writing a hit piece on me and lying about me because I turned them down, which is everything she said is completely factual and spot on.
Yeah, Maureen Callahan is a woman scorned, and that's why she did this. She's the unstable, emotional one.
Maureen Callahan writes, Madonna's out of material and just rehashing her old looks. Maureen Callahan. Only a heckler can improve an evening with the money-grabbing Clintons. Gropey Uncle Joe Biden has always been creepy and should stay out of the race.
So we're going to quote specific piece out of stuff about the Clintons and Madonna, but you're not going to quote your own article because you know she's right. You're not going to actually read verbatim quotes because you know she's right or we're right.
Yeah.
The Will and Jada freak show marks the moment celebrity died. You know, it's like she's the hit woman.
Oh my God.
Yeah. And I was just like, well,
and you're horrible. She writes all these awful things.
But it's fine.
About everyone.
Yeah. I'm horrible. But the piece next to me is this wonderful piece. It's like if you put someone said the new Avengers movie is awesome, but it's also dog shit. It's like
no one's calling you awesome.
Yeah.
No one's calling that ship sailed a decade before this. At least, maybe more. No one's calling you awesome at all. It's not a double compliment.
I'd also love to see the positive interview he did with this Ian guy. You know, I mean,
I know
because I'm sure it wasn't anything other than a neutral profile of the guy of Howard. You know, I'm sure it was not overly ass kissy.
Isn't that what we paid Leslie Dart for?
Right. Yeah.
Clean this up to give us the most grandiose bullshit. Go ahead, puff piece.
I'm sorry. Yeah, even the CBS Sunday Morning thing he did in 2019, softball, but also not overly. It's almost like CBS didn't really know what to say about Howard, and it was mostly about his interviews and not about him as a person. You know.
Yeah, especially the show had been horrible for a long time, and that interview was 2019.
Yeah,
you can't. He had to get pre-approved like lathering because the show had been shitty for a decade.
Right,
and they're doing this piece on him, and they showed that call center and stuff. And
what? But I don't care. What am I gonna do? She's the sniper.
I see it now.
But she's sniping me on the same page that I gave this guy a long interview.
But I don't understand.
Thank you, Housey. You're right. Just pay attention. He quotes the other pieces of the other celebrities, Clinton and Madonna, verbatim, and Will Smith and Jada. And he doesn't also say because everything she writes is not just true, but it's stuff he's afraid and won't talk about, from the Pelican Brief to God knows what else. So yeah, she's outed him with details.
The other thing, the reason Howard brings up those people is he's trying to get the audience to associate him with Madonna and the Clintons and Joe Biden, like to keep his celebrity friends happy. Like, look at all the liberals and leftists that I'm associated with. You know,
that he really can't talk about. And the Alec Baldwin stuff, the murder hadn't happened yet on the set of Rust, so that's so he's still good with Alec at this point. Now he avoids these people that that could possibly. Maureen Callahan. Oh, here we go. Here's a Sable reference. David, Sable High School. Oh, you mean Maureen McAllister? Am I right? Dan, that's who he did that summer job, the Whitney, the Huey Lewis concert. That's the brother of Dan McBrethen's, who he hates the most.
And a newspaper that does this.
Yeah, it's weird. There are weirdos over there. They're just weird.
They're weirdos. They just tell the truth and quote
who does that?
Facts, and they write about what's true and have scathingly correct opinions and have names and have facts. What a crazy notion.
Why don't they lie about their genetic hand in terms of hair growth? Like I do.
Weird. It's like, well, wait, what did I do? I spoke to your guy. He wrote a nice article. So you've got to now have the woman on the same exact page write a piece of shit, like point, counterpoint. No, Howard says he's a good guy. It's bullshit. He's a shithead.
That's true, Housey. If he's good at one thing, it's the art of spin. He's adult, but he's conniving as fucking Machiavelli. Yeah. Really, if he's good at one thing, that's it. But what idiot would believe him, right? Who doesn't know all his moves by now? Like, who can't see through this? Who's buying this besides Mary Ann and Bobo?
I don't even think they're buying it. I think they're paid.
They're probably
to buy
not
it.
either. You're probably right. I think they pretend to buy. You're right.
Don't read the article next to you and believe it. They're punching me in the balls while they're shaking my hand. You motherfuckers.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, so I woke up to that.
Isn't it a crazy world?
It's a crazy world. On the same page. Hey, here's a story of a really good guy, but I fucking hate him. But anyway.
People are...
Okay, so this is cut to next day, and she hits him again in a follow-up. She listened to it, and then writes back again, and Robin has to report it during the news.
Reacting to your publicity tour.
Yeah, I bet.
A lot.
I know my mother was.
In other media. So in the paper today, on the New York Post, in page 6, they are speculating.
She takes a shot at the news, which has been marked. So he hasn't cut it out completely. He's marginalized. So he skips it whenever he feels like it and stuff. So now mysteriously Robin's doing the news the next day. And she criticized that the news has gone away.
Right. That is weird timing. The other thing about the previous day that we just listened to, what's interesting is that Howard can latch on to the fact that like the Post is being hypocritical because they write nice things and mean things about me side by side. So he can make enough of a meal of that quote comedically or kill time enough with that he doesn't have to address these specific points in the article. The outrage. It's
unbelievable.
Over the hypocrisy.
He didn't address one point in the article, not one quote.
That you may write another book.
No. This is
They say that, yes, you've said before that you're never going to write another book, and you said you were never going to write another book after this one. However, when you were talking to someone, I don't remember who you were talking to.
A guy named Ian. Ian, yeah.
I don't know if it was Ian, because this is in page 6.
Okay.
They say that when people asked you if there could be a sequel, if this book is incredibly popular,
right,
you started to soften.
Yeah, that was to Ian. I said it.
Because, you did? Okay.
Because he was saying to me, like, what if the book is a huge hit and people would like to have more volumes of your interviews with your commentary? And I said, I don't think so. I said, I think this is a really good representation of my work, and that, I wouldn't want to be redundant, but I said, if it was so phenomenally successful and people like that kind of thing and format, maybe. I said, but I doubt it,
Well, David, my favorite type of book, I'm a voracious reader, my favorite type of book is one that's transcripted from radio interviews that I've heard 300 times. That really gets me to come out and pay for it. That is so ambitious. Can you imagine sitting with a tape recorder and just stopping the tape every 20 seconds and transcripting it onto a thing, and then just having a major double day come out with it and then charging $35 for it at Costco?
If you like that, you'll love Sign Language by Jerry Seinfeld.
I don't know what's worse, Jerry Seinfeld putting his act to sign language or this. This might be worse.
This is worse because did Gwyneth Paltrow get paid for her portion of the interview? It's her thoughts and
that's true. That's true. Shouldn't the interview subjects be compensated for it?
Right. It's like if you're selling the wisdom, if the book is selling some kind of wisdom gathered from all these different people, shouldn't they all get a cut? I don't know.
Well, you can't, because then how are you going to pay Robin Williams for an interview that never existed that you made up? And then you're selling the book on Robin Williams' carcass that didn't exist. So you're faking that you had cancer and Robin Williams passed away. Robin Williams' death. You're selling the book based on an interview that never existed, because that's what he does. Goes around and talks about the Robin Williams interview that never happened.
Right, and you talk about this interview in a way that if I didn't know anything about you or the book, I would think, oh, wow, he did an interview that was kind of contentious and got Robin to leave, or he was mad or something. I want to read about that in the book. It leads me to believe that interview is in the book if you're talking about it on the press junket for your book,
Even the one appearance Robin Williams did in 1986,
was fine.
He sat in for the news, was fine. It was it wasn't contentious. It wasn't anything. It wasn't even hard hitting. He just fooled around during the news.
Yeah.
He's such a deceitful fucking lecherous piece of shit. He took rants that he made about Robin Williams when he wasn't on the show, and he actually conflated and made pretend you wouldn't know that this is an interview that I did with Robin Williams, but he took rants that he did when Robin Williams wasn't there, shitting on him and the babysitter and the whole thing, and acted like he was there.
your greatest detective work, I think, was in relation to proving that Robin Williams interview didn't exist.
Yeah, I mean, I'm encyclopedic about those interviews and knowing who's the guests were and stuff.
Like, didn't you find an Esquire article that Robin Williams did?
Yep.
Where it basically proved he couldn't have done that. And Gary on the wrap-up show saying, like, I think Howard's conflating a couple different things, you know?
Yes, that was, and I found that too. And he said it really quick, and he didn't have, and how was he not telling him all that you're running around promoting and you know it didn't happen. He is knowingly promoting a Robin Williams interview that didn't exist because he's dead, and he's going to capitalize on the death of Robin Williams to promote this laziest book in the history with 17 new pages of commentary that he may or may not have even written himself. That was probably ghostwritten by Benny Favale.
Yeah.
Definitely. Oh, that's right, Brandon. Benji wanted to be compensated as he wrote some of the interview questions. And yeah, that's why it's so bad. Now you know why it's so bad. That's right. I remember that, Brandon.
You said there's so much more stuff that I could have put in the book.
Imagine having a book that shitty and you have 10 ghostwriters on it.
Yeah.
A book, right? The worst book, laziest book you've ever read, but you have 10 ghostwriters on it.
Well, and also, that's I forgot that Vinny was kind of the one.
Vinny Favale. That's the last you heard of him, too. Then he had to meet you from and then Howard has nothing to do with him.
Yeah.
Well, that is true.
That you might be persuaded to do.
Yeah, and I
need more.
I just know this one took me 2 years to put together, so I don't feel like spending another 2 years on something. I need immediate gratification, which is what I like about this job. If I think of something funny, I just do it the next day on the air. I like that.
Really?
And that woman who wrote that sort of counter piece to your article in the Post. She wrote another article on you today.
I'm in a war.
Yeah, she wants to get you in a feud in the worst way.
I'm exhausted from her. It's okay. She wins.
No, you don't have to respond to her. She would love it because nobody knows her name.
I just can't believe I gave up time on a Saturday to talk to that guy. Now they're attacking me. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah. What am I going to do? I
don't even respond.
I wrote a book. I hope people like it, and I hope, I did.
No, you don't. You don't hope people like it. You got paid up front. You don't care about none of the content control. I gave up time on a set. What else are you doing? You're working he's barely
as opposed
there.
As opposed to a Wednesday during the summer. You gave up time,
You gave up time on a Saturday to promote a book that you get paid 95% of it. That's for you. That's not for the audience. That's not for no one else is getting the cut. That is for you. You're not doing anyone a favor promoting it. It's just he really thinks like he's doing the audience a favor by promoting his own. And then you have a radio show. You talk about double and triple dipping. You have a radio show in which you get $4,000 a minute, and you're spending these rare weeks that you're even on promoting this book and getting paid to promote a book while you make $4,000 a minute doing so. Isn't that rich? Right? Who gets away with that in this industry?
It's like I think I said this on a previous show, but it's like if Emily Blunt in the new Spielberg movie, her character says like, "Oh, I want to go see this Devil Wears Prada movie," promoting another Emily Blunt movie in the Steven Spielberg movie that she's in. No one else in showbiz gets to do this the way he does.
And I'm sure he brags about it. To Buckwald, and they have this whole, sort of pyramid.
Look at the racket we got going on. Yeah, right.
I totally see Buckwald being like, you know what you're gonna do? They're gonna pay you $4,000 a minute, and to promote another thing. Then you're gonna go on the show, and you're gonna promote the book, and they're gonna pay you on the radio show. You're gonna go coming in, you're gonna come down. There's nothing they can do about it.
Yeah, it's the first time we've scammed an audience into buying advertising that they thought was a show.
Tom Chiusano actually called him out on that for Son of the Beach. He said, "I want advertising rates from Fox for you turning the show into a Son of the Beach infomercial."
Absolutely.
That was a great art. That's a good one for cleaning out the computer.
Oh, I'd love to hear that.
Down the road. Little DL Hughley.
Sure.
And Gary, or do you want to hear Sarah Michelle Gellar and anti-Semitism?
I'd love to see the Tom Snyder Conan thing too.
It's very fast. It's very quick. This is easy to do. All right, this is 1994. Conan O'Brien just got gang rapade on the Stern Show by the Jackie Puppet, and he goes on Tom Snyder's. Okay, Barbara, we'll do DL Hughley after this. He goes on Tom Snyder's CNBC show. It was before any of the CBS, and Snyder had done radio and stuff, and now Holden wants Galar. This Galar, this DL Hughley against Buffy feud.
Right. Yeah.
DL Buffy. So Tom Snyder, and this is on, I actually remember seeing this live, and I'm like, wow. And so Conan, they cut the guy's prank. He mentions Howard's name and they cut him off, and he probably, their delay, nothing got out except he mentions Howard's name. And Tom Snyder says Howard was shit talking me on Letterman the same night. This is weird.
Very glad you called. Thank you.
I found this by accident. This is such a weird thing. That late night channel I was telling you about, David.
Yeah.
Posted this, and I remembered it. I'm like, holy shit, that's the same one. And then I found this call here.
All right, bye-bye. Richard in Montclair, Virginia. Hello.
Hello, Tom Snyder.
Yes, sir. Richard from Montclair. What's going on?
Hi, Conan O'Brien. I'm a big fan of yours.
Oh, thank you. Nice to talk to you.
I was wondering, do you love Howard Stern?
Oh,
yeah.
How could you not?
Yeah, I do. Actually, I went on Howard Stern's show a couple of months ago, I think.
And what happened, Conan? Look at how white he is. He does not want to expand more on this. His show, his NBC show is so bad at this point.
Yeah.
It's so bad. And every monologue is hideous. And it's just hanging on, and he's out there trying to promote it and stuff. And they gang rapade him. Everybody remembers the Jackie Puppet thing with Conan.
Tom Snyder is having Vietnam flashbacks to his interview with Howard right now. Yeah.
He doesn't bring that up, but he goes into Tom kind of owns it. He he doesn't avoid this.
Yeah.
Thank you, Quitter. Galar, Uncle Artie on Buffy, Jew broad that hunts Draculas. I know it all ties in here.
Yeah, I do like Howard Stern.
Hey, are you still there, Richard? Not a chance.
Why did he go?
Well, because
Why didn't he stay and talk to us?
He would stay.
So he obviously dropped some crazy shit, and they dropped it and cut it. And so look, you see Tom's reaction. He knew it was coming.
Stay and talk to us.
He would stay, but we.
Why didn't he?
Not a Stern. Hey, are you still there, Richard? Not a chance.
Why did he go?
Well, because we
Why didn't he stay and talk to us?
He would stay, but we.
Why didn't he stay and talk to us?
There's a policy that if they mention Howard Stern, the presumption is they're going to be vulgar, so therefore...
But he seemed like a very nice young man.
Here's what I want to know.
I wanted to speak to him. I wanted to hear...
The biggest piece of news that was made last night, Stern was on the Letterman show last night, knocking me, which he always does, which...
So here's, I did not hear this show, perhaps, and I'm just going to put two and two together how it used to work back then. Howard goes on Letterman and shits on whoever's on Snyder, whether it's Charles Grodin, whatever. The caller gets the listener, Howard's fan, gets a dog whistle that he's feuding with Tom Snyder and decides I'm going to prank Tom Snyder and play it for Howard the next day. So this is obviously he's playing off that Letterman appearance that caller was.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. I forgot Charles Grodin had a CNBC show too.
And Howard would shit on that almost in the same way he did the Magic Hour.
Yeah.
And so speaking of wigs, God, would Charles Grodin love it now, us going after his hair.
Oh, yeah. Well, and as someone just commented, Tom Snyder's piece is bouncing and behaving right now too.
I don't even know. I don't know if it's just a crazy comb over or what. Like, if you're going to get just like Howard, if you're going to get a wig, why would you choose that?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it could be his real hair. I don't know.
It's fine. But he's leaving radio when his contract runs out in 17 months, which I think is an enormous announcement.
In 94, David, in 1994, he's doing that. I'm leaving the radio bullshit. It is now, what is it now, David? It is now 32 years later. and he's still on.
He started this game of peekaboo with the audience 32 years ago this year. Right.
Contract runs out in 17 months, which I think is an enormous announcement. You know, can you believe that Howard Stern is leaving radio?
What's he going to get?
Yeah, the Dan Aykroyd's Tom Snyder impression is great.
Yeah.
It's hard not to think of that when you watch him. You're so right, Tata.
Where's he off?
Well, considering how good he's done running for governor of New York in movies, I'm sure.
You see, Conan's kind of taking a shot at Harry's like, what's he going to do besides radio? So this is like, he's surly. He's smarting from that beating he just took.
Is Tom making fun of him too? Like, look how successful he is in movies and running for governor. You know, like they're both kind of taking shots.
doubt.
Right. Yeah.
No doubt. They're both taking shots at him.
Considering how good he's done running for governor of New York in movies, I'm sure he'll find something. But it would seem to me.
The movie part, you got to remember, this is 94, so Private Parts didn't come out yet. He just failed with the Fart Man. It just never got off the ground. So he was bragging about it. It never came out. So he basically took a shot at Fart Man there without saying it. But Private Parts doesn't come out for another 3 years.
That if somebody who loves Howard Stern, I'd like to hear how they're going to survive after this man leaves radio, if in fact he does that. It may just be a ploy. We don't know.
You never know with Howard Stern. He's wily. He's crafty. You never really know what he's up to.
As I said about Crazy Eddie's prices, he's insane. It's nice of you to come by here tonight.
Yeah, it's nice of you to have me.
My great pleasure. Continued success.
All right, we'll see you around.
I'll see you over at 6A whenever I can make it over there.
Come on
I'd
over
love to come by.
anytime, and congratulations.
Oh, thanks,
They're both
Conan.
freakishly tall.
And Conan's way different here. He's very like kind of needy and high pitched and kind of just it took him so long to get comfortable. I've never seen an entertainer take so long to get their fucking sea legs.
Yeah, he hadn't shaken that Boston altar boy persona yet. Yeah.
All right. DL Hughley gets pranked by Gary, and then you get the privilege of seeing me on the Artie Lang show with DL Hughley after that. The video. Here is DL Hughley getting pranked by Gary in Ebonics. Crazy Robin is the writer.
So, you know, I got to tell you this. So, I don't know exactly how this all came about, but like...
Yeah, I'm wondering why Gary was on the phone with him.
DL Hughley. Hughley or Hughley?
I think it's Hughley.
Yeah. DL Hughley is a comedian, right?
Mm-hmm.
Black guy. And I guess he wanted to get on the show.
Okay.
So Gary said he's real funny and stuff, and I said, yeah, but...
Yo.
I never heard of him. What's he on? What is he on?
The Hughleys.
He has his own TV show.
Yeah.
Oh, on what? UPN?
ABC.
No, it's actually
On ABC. Yeah, so I was like, you know, I don't really know who he is. So he says, he's just funny guy.
Chris Rock got a deal after he killed with the stand-up specials, right? So he's doing stuff. So Chris Rock is actually the producer of the Hughleys. Okay. I remember that. I remember he was said by Chris Rock, you know, and it would show this. And the DL was part of, the Kings of Comedy with Bernie Mac and Steve Harvey and Cedric the Entertainer. And they were giving deals to this guy. And it lasted a couple seasons, actually.
Yeah, I mean, it's no Malcolm and Eddie, but yeah, the Hughleys.
Guy and all that kind of...
Great reference, David. Rest in peace, Malcolm Jamal Warner. I couldn't find his appearance on how he called in once, and I couldn't. It was one of the missing 98 shows, by the way.
Okay.
So I said, what can we do with him? So I don't know whose idea it was. We were all sitting around joking, and we said, well, what if we called him and just talked to him in Ebonics and see what he does? Like Gary would like talk Ebonics, but like a white guy talks Ebonics.
Right. Like, it's his second language.
But this tape is amazing, because Gary calls him, and what's so funny about it is, DL Hughley knows everything Gary's talking about.
He's rapping to him and understands.
And it doesn't even get thrown by this.
Not fair.
John, you use the N-word a lot.
Talk like this or something.
All white producers.
Because
I didn't think I was going to get past the second line.
Me neither.
I was going to say, hey, what are you doing? Stop acting like a jerk.
In fact, I thought we wrote it a little over the top.
That you get found out right away.
Is it we wrote it or Jackie wrote the entire thing?
Yeah. Weird.
Let me hear that.
All right, here's Gary speaking to DL Hughley. Let's not interrupt it. Just get into it, okay? All right, here you go.
Yo, what's up? DL Hughley on the phone. That you there?
Yeah, it is. How you doing?
How you doing? Hey, man, this is Howard's producer, Gary Dell'Abate. What's up?
I know you. How you doing, man? I'm all right. How you doing?
Good. I just got to ask you a couple of questions.
Gary deserves an FME for pulling this off. I don't think anybody else could have done this.
See, this
and
is
been convincing.
In the who's funnier, Shuli or Gary debate, I would say Gary because of this. Yeah.
You can't beat this. You can't beat this.
Just and tell you a little bit about the show and stuff.
Sure.
Okay, first of all, a lot of peeps, when they get up in this piece, they be all front, trying to be Mac. And the best way to talk to Howard is to just chill. Don't get up in his grill. You just lay back in the cut and rap with the dude like he's your homeboy.
Well, I would do that anyway, but thanks for that.
You could hear everything Jackie wrote with his cackling in the background.
Oh, totally, yeah.
His grill. You just lay back in the cut and rap with the dude like he's your homeboy.
By the way, I should say, I learned so many words from this that I still use to this day. Like, it enhanced. I think I tell DL that when I call the show. I think I to this day.
Yeah.
This is in my Ebonics lexicon.
Well, I would do that anyway, but thanks for that advice.
Yeah, no, just trying to give you a little advice.
Right.
So, I copped the tape of your comedy special, and I got to tell you, it was off the hook.
Thanks, man.
It was real dope.
Thanks.
Blazing. But you can't really come up in here and be telling jokes because that ain't Howard Steele.
Yeah, you know what? I understand that. I think anything y'all want to talk about is cool with me.
Yeah, the show's about realness, so we try to keep it real.
Right.
Now, what's the deal? Are you married or are you a player?
I've been married 13 years, man.
You married? And even like the pronunciation goes, you married or you a player. Like he doesn't even.
Yeah, you put some
everything's
H on player, right?
Yes.
Yeah, right.
You married or you a player.
I was married so long I forgot what life was like.
You got any shorties?
3.
Wow.
3. I when I was 21.
You ever hit chicken heads or pigeons?
I have.
Because Howard can relate to that.
Yeah, I have.
Isn't this amazing?
What are you? You just lost me completely.
Yeah, but he understands everything, DL Hughley.
I'm like, what in the world is the answer to that question?
Yeah, well, do you have any shorties? Those are kids.
I know that.
And do you ever hit any chicken heads or pigeons?
What's that?
That's like ugly chicks.
Oh.
Yeah, but who would know that?
I wouldn't.
Jesus. He knows everything Gary's talking about. He doesn't miss a beat.
That is amazing.
Wait.
Crazy Robin, do you know all this lingo? I bet you do. I don't. She's just a really smart broad. I bet you.
Yeah.
I bet you she knows. She grew up in South Central. I bet you she knows every. And DL is from the exact same area she's from. Literally, just streets away.
Gary did a real good job here.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
Did you practice?
Yes, he did. He was nervous.
I figured as much.
So he'll probably ask you about stuff like, do you ever, he'll ask you if you ever be scared.
Yeah, but Gary's from Uniondale too. Don't underestimate how black that area is.
Right.
If you're from Long Island, that area is super black.
When you work in a store that has a button for
spooky button, yes.
Having on a DL or something.
Oh, yeah, man, you know what? I've been a man.
Because Howard loves to talk about hitting skins.
Yeah, I've heard him. I don't have no hidden scams, but
Right.
I've tried to live my life out in open.
Now, I'm not sure if you mentioned this in your show, but do you hit the Buddha at all? Because if you smoke trees, that's something you could definitely talk about.
Well, you know what? For the purposes of this interview, no, I don't. But every now and again, I didn't inhale.
Right. Like the president.
Right. And and all the stuff he done, I done, so I should get to run for president.
Now, let me ask you a little bit about, how about getting papers? Were you in a struggle before you were famous?
I was, you know what?
You don't even understand that, right? He knows right away.
There's not a question in his mind.
Papers is money.
Brendan goes, yeah, Jackie's script, he really shows he had his finger on the pulse of Black America at this time.
That's the funniest part is like
classic Brendan sarcasm.
This Michigan pothead wrote this, this white Michigan pothead.
Magic Johnson's alma mater. Draymond Green and Magic helped him write it. This is legitimately hilarious, Josh. I mean, it is. This show is so far away from this now. I can't believe this is the same show.
I know.
Jackie had his finger cots on the pulse of America. Barbara, that's a great line. Crazy Robin goes, yep, I understand every word. I know exactly what everything is. Oh, I love hearing that. God, I love hearing that. Crazy Robin.
Well, how about getting money? Were you in the struggle? Were you on hard times before you got famous?
What'd you do before you became famous?
Right, to get money.
What you're saying?
Right.
Oh, okay.
Now, what about the papers?
That's so easy. Why could you...
Oh, is that... I know Ted the janitor, right? So there was an old show, Barbara says, where the cleaning lady came in and explained what James Brown was saying when he was singing it. Oh, shit. And I remember James Brown on the show a few times.
Yeah.
James Brown should have been like a point of ploy to book other guests. Like, look, we had James Brown on. Who's bigger than him? Who's more of an icon than him?
Yeah.
I mean, Rolling Stones of black music in a lot of ways.
Yeah, but but do you understand that he understands this?
Oh. Josh, I don't know. Did Gary win an FM? He better have. He better have.
Yeah, I'll have to.
I don't know what I got to look for that. He had to have at least been nominated.
Why could you say this?
Yeah, but but do you understand that he understands this?
Oh my God!
You would say
hard,
right?
Crazy Robin's right. The best part is you could hear DL Hughley like kind of going along with it and just like giggling, and he's like, "I guess."
Oh, I wonder if he does think it's like sincere, and Gary's just trying to ingratiate himself with him or something.
I think that's what he tells Howard when he comes on. He comes on like about a couple months after this.
Okay.
And he speaks to it a little bit, and he goes like, it's a lot of white guys who think they're black. I just went along with the wiggerdom of it all.
Right.
You would say, what are you talking about?
Right. This is much too hard to know this.
This brother knows everything Gary's talking about.
How do you know this?
Or like Barbara Billingsley on an Airplane, Mrs. Cleaver speaking jive.
Right.
That's great.
Came up, it wasn't like brothers couldn't.
Yeah, Brendan, that's a great question. Brendan goes, they must have consent. So that tells you the prank call protocol, because even back then, this is 99, they had to call DL back and ask him and his agent for permission to air it.
Right.
You can't that shows you that the prank calls are often fake.
The only time I feel like they probably didn't have to get permission was when Vinny would prank Mark Harris. I always just felt like
I just saw that
we don't need to bother Mark with this, like when Evil Dave Letterman called Mark Harris, I feel like they just were like, whatever, Mark will love this,
Sky Specter's Jones and for she's having a Tam Fran hangover.
We couldn't work the comedy clubs. We used to have to work like skating rinks and dance clubs that was.
And Jackie's hometown of Bayville is as white as Sayville. It is the whitest town in all of Nassau County, perhaps, in the Oyster Bay. And
be dancing, in 10 minutes they'd clean up the drinks, and then you get to come in there and tell jokes, and that was really how we made a living up until 1992, 93.
Right. But now that you're successful, are you living large?
Man, you know what? Now I have people come. Like, there's this cat I ain't seen in 6 years called and asked me for $175,000. I'm like, man, I wouldn't give my father $175,000 if he needed a leg transplant.
What do you want $175 for?
I don't know. He said to pay back a loan. I mean, if you ain't paying them back, what makes you think I think you're going to pay me back?
Right. Now, you got any hot rides or cribs or anything like that?
Oh, yeah. Well, you know what? I live comfortable. I have a couple of nice houses and a couple of nice cars.
That's good. Listen, when you come to Libertyville, if you'd like to sit down, we could smoke a bone or boot a doogie. That'd be great.
That would be cool.
I feel you seem like a pretty nice guy, man. I feel cool with you.
I'm a real nice guy.
Yeah, you can call me nigga if you want to. I would be honored.
You know what? If I called you that, I'd still have to come home, but I appreciate that. Thanks for the invitation.
You're shocked, John. You use the N-word a lot.
Good peeps.
Thanks.
And I think the interview's going to be the bomb.
Thanks for the invitation.
Oh, that's great. Thanks for taking the time to speak with me. You're good peeps.
Thanks.
And I think the interview's going to be the bomb.
Thanks,
I just needed to get, ask you a couple of questions about your life and stuff.
Right on, boss, man.
All right.
Thanks.
Take care.
Man. I feel left out.
Isn't that amazing? Is that great or what?
I better start learning this language.
Anytime you give Gary shit about what the current show is, just think of that. That is FM word. That is so funny. I don't think anybody else could have pulled it off, actually, on the show.
What's even funnier is that DL Hughley didn't respond in Ebonics, really.
No.
Yeah.
He's just kind of trying to figure him out. He's like, all right, I'll go along with this. And I think he's afraid if DL gets too ghetto, as they say, they're not going to book him. So he's trying to almost white himself up. Right. So here's DL on the Artie Lang show. This is now got to be 13, 14 years later. And I call in to remind DL of this call that I love so much. And I'm a big DL fan as well. And a feud that DL mentioned that he has on the Stern show as well, which he does not play around with.
That's so horrible that I'm saying.
In the middle of the sky is John Ritchie, who is an NFL fullback.
Okay, I was wondering because when I would watch this DirecTV show, I never knew who the co-host was. I was like, is he a comedian or is he? I didn't know who he was. So
it's hard to believe. You usually know white fullbacks from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
I know that's so unlike me. It's so unlike me.
He does, Brandon. He comes off as like the cool. He comes off as Vernon Reed, Corey Glover cool.
I remember
he really does.
One of the times Artie had Gilbert on this show, and they're just going back and forth with like old references that I would love, and that guy in the middle was just sitting there like a big lump, like he didn't know what was going on. Yeah, right.
Nice guy, you know. He's just kind of being like the straight man to Artie's.
Yeah.
But he has a Super Bowl ring. I think he's had this. Played for the Buccaneers in the 2002 Super Bowl for John Gruden. God bless us, one and all, says Sarah.
But it's true.
That's honest. All right, we got to take a break. Armin, stick around, though. I want to get to you in a little bit, Armin, longer on, so we got to take another break.
I'm sorry.
We'll be right back with DL Hughley. Hey, thanks for...
I got a lust for life. Is it Iggy
French
Pop
Quarters
playing
guest
now?
apartments for being our New York City hotel. Let them be your headquarters in New York City. Go to FrenchQuartersNY.com.
I wonder what the French Quarters paid Artie and DirecTV for a promotional. I got to say too, this show, like calling in, it is it was the best. You don't even need. They just put you right on. They don't care what you want to talk about. They don't give a shit. That you don't even have to talk sports. It was kind of a sports show, and it was. There's no more clearing radio format than this to call in on.
That's great.
To book your next day, FrenchQuartersNY.com to book your next day. Arm in Long Island, you're on with DL Hughley. Arm.
Oh, DL Hughley on the phone. Are you there? I have always loved DL. He's the only guy on TV I know that can talk to like Rick Ross and Ann Coulter.
So I was quoting the. Let me put this back in. It's kind of.
I'm sorry. I won't talk.
No, that's okay.
I love that you have your
quoting
own.
the call.
I love that you have your own
Ross
third
and Ann Coulter in the same TV I know that.
Yeah, I love the graphic too. Like that's like.
Yeah, right.
Go right to IMDb and put myself.
He's the only guy.
Next day, Arm in Long Island, you're on with DL Hughley. Arm.
Oh, DL Hughley on the phone. Are you there? I have always loved DL. He's the only guy on TV I know that can talk to like Rick Ross and Ann Coulter in the same inflection.
And if they stood together, they look like the number 10.
And slay them both. I mean, I got two things with DL. First of all, DL was one half of the best prank call in history when Gary Dell'Abate pranked you and talked Ebonics to you. I want to thank you for teaching me the word chicken head and shorty. I didn't know what shorty meant at that time. This is like way back.
That was great. The way you went along with that was hilarious.
I mean, the DL just rolled with it. It was like, there was no and that opened it up. And I wanted DL. I don't want to open up another can of worms, but you hate Dennis Miller. And
I want to fight Dennis Miller.
A lot of people.
What happened? What is?
I think Dennis Miller is a smart. One time, I told a joke about Don Imus. Dennis Miller called me. You're a funny guy. You don't have to steal my jokes. I'm like, where the hell would I ever see a Dennis Miller?
He stole. You said he stole. You stole a joke about Don Imus.
Don Imus. Right. Like Don Imus look like. Where would I ever see you at? Like he's black. He's black people's kryptonite. Like,
when did he do that?
This was right after the Don Imus.
Oh, okay.
And then he called and said,
It's funny too because John Gruden, John Ritchie, played for. And Dennis Miller did the Monday Night Football with Michaels and Fouts at the time, and John Ritchie played on I think a few of those games that Miller did on Monday night, which is kind of funny. He might have even spoke.
Just hung up, and I called him back to kind of talk to him, and he wouldn't hang up the phone. He wouldn't answer the phone, which enraged me. So not only do you make an allegation, but then you don't even discuss it. You just. Right. And I really want to fight him. I really do. I want to beat the hell out of this.
Artie,
I hate him.
Artie, the joke was Imus looks like a werewolf who is too lazy to officially complete the transformation and stopped halfway in between.
Right.
Now a lot of people and I think
joke.
And I think
I didn't say it quite like that. But yeah, it looked like.
And I think DL was the first one to say it. But it was like when Colin Powell, Bush, and Cheney were running together, and every comedian did the Bush, Dick, and Colin joke at the same time. So you couldn't possibly. The funniest thing DL said was.
Yeah, but that's a more original line than that. The werewolf line's a more original line than the.
But he does look like that. He does.
No, I'm saying it's a better joke. It's a better joke.
The funniest thing DL said, DL described Dennis as this: I'm going to kick the S out of that thesaurus humping mother F, the kangaroo mother effer. And by kangaroo, he meant, you know how when Dennis does a monologue, he sticks his hands in his front pocket to sort of complete the
like a wallaby.
Like a kangaroo. It's the greatest description I've ever. But what do you guys, do you think Dennis, not sold out, but he could not compete with other liberal comedians, so he deliberately went right politically just because there was no market for that. You know what I mean? Like, he just saw, it was almost like he always wanted to hang out at the jock lunch table, like Monday Night Football, and let me perform for Bush, and this will be my way to do that.
I always felt like that, but I don't know that. I could never, tell somebody.
I don't think so. I think after 9/11, he really had an epiphany where he went the other way, where he wanted blood, like a lot of people in the country, and became more right wing. I wouldn't go that far, no.
I'm with Hansy and Dog Saloon on that. I was deliberate move, but I think, Artie, what was that story you told? You told a great story about him on the set of his show. You knew a cameraman from either Mad TV or the Norm Show that hated him. He treated the staff like crap.
Right.
And it was the last show, and the guy blasted off on him in front of a live crowd. How did that go again? You told a great story, and I can't remember.
Well, when Dennis had his Paramount show, the syndicated show, and I worked with a guy on Mad TV who was a cameraman on that show, and Dennis didn't know anybody's name on the show, and blah, blah, and the staff and everything. And, I forget exactly what the guy said, but the cameraman blew up at him and got like a standing ovation from the whole
Yeah, because everybody is.
Yeah, well, I mean, in that context. So this is an ongoing feud then?
No, it's not a feud. He would never. I did it on Howard Stern in November when I was doing my book too.
So most recently there was...
And then after that, Bill O'Reilly had me on the show.
Okay.
And I thought Dennis Miller would be there because...
Oh, right, yeah, because they do, right, exactly.
I literally, out of all I despise, like when I tell you I hate him.
Wow.
Literally, I hate him so bad. I actually get a hard on hating him. You ever hated somebody that bad where you go,
God,
wow, I got a little Woody right now. Right now, look at the tables levitating. I hate him.
I think every comedian has
hated somebody like I really, I hate him so much.
All right.
Wow.
Well, listen, man.
That's so
I wish you nothing but the best, man. You got Gotham coming up this weekend and with the syndicated radio show, man. I can't wait to listen.
Thank you, man. And thank you for having me, man. I'm sorry I dominated.
No, dude, are you kidding me?
God, you're so.
I
you're
missed that show.
God, you're such a good setter upper of you. You're such a great caller. You keep the you stay on the line and just tell that story. Now tell that story. That's great.
Yeah, I think I was waiting to talk to him for a really long time about that. It was just all pent up. And then the Dennis Miller thing I heard on Howard, just a few months before that. I'm like, Jesus Christ, I got to make him address that. I wanted to follow up on it so bad.
I wish you had called in as Vanya. That's my only critique of the call.
Thank you, David. So let's stop it right there. I have plenty of more for the next Cleaning Out the Computer, which could be very much next week.
Yeah.
Galar and so much more. Sarah wants me to sing Arm Sounds Like a Mouthful of Grits spewing at the mic. That's a wrestling reference. Thank you, Brendan. Dr. Sarah. Vernon Reed, everybody knows that is Mike Buschetti starting off with Nick DiPaolo is the original co-host. That was great radio when he and Nick were doing it the first
that was a great
2
show.
years, I guess it would be. Brendan goes, this is actually turning me into a DL Hughley fan. This guy leans into everything. Yes, he does, Brendan.
Yeah.
Yes, he does. He's great on the political shows, too, when you see him on there. He does not play. David, anything to promote? Everybody hit like and subscribe right now if you want to donate. Cash App on the left, the QR code on the right, buy me a coffee in the middle. David, and we drop in the 90210.
Yeah.
Hashtag Scott Scanlon. How does it go? Justice for Scott
Scanlon. Yeah.
I still have to do a little of the pregame segment to add on to it. David, anything to promote?
Nothing.
On the way out?
Nothing right now, but I'll let you know.
Look in my eyes, what do you see? The cult of personality. I know your anger, I know your dreams. I've been everything you want to be. Oh, I'm the cult of personality.
Terrific night.
Terrific
Great night of bowling, by the way.
Yeah, we went out to a bowling alley.
Yeah.
And bowled. We had a fun time.
Bowling can be fun.
Can of worms, but you hate Dennis Miller, and
I
want to
fight Dennis Miller.
A lot of people.